Da 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 da. Da 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 da. That's right. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. A good pre-stream poop or two. That's right, poop tracker. I would appreciate it if you would track my poops, actually. You know what? How much does it cost for a full poop tracker suite poop tracker? Because, you know what? I could certainly use the full Monty, alright? I need the full poop tracking suite. Let's go. Let's do it. You thought I was going to say something else. I got you. What's up, Fuzzy Muppet? What's up, Burgley Sanders, Doodle Money, Sean Cassidy, Poop Tracker? Welcome, welcome. Help Desk Ninja. That's right, be sure to hit the like button because we're going to be doing a lot of videos today. Last time we finished Fire Arrow, Exploding Arrow, Immolation Arrow, Magic Arrow, Multi-Shot, Guided Arrow, Strafe, Cold Arrow, Ice Arrow, Freezing Arrow, Jab, Impale, and Fend. And we already actually have Crit Strike, Penetrate, and Pierce are finished. Dodge, Avoid, Invade are finished. I also did Valkyrie and Decoy already. So for the Amazon, we really don't have a lot left. We are maybe coming to a close with this chapter. We can probably do some quick videos on Inner Sight and Slow Missile. And that'd probably be a good start, right? Inner Sight and Slow Missile are decent. Then we can work our way into the spear skills. So we still have to do Power Strike, Charge Strike, Lightning Strike, Lightning Bolt, and Lightning Fury. Those are the main javelin skills which we haven't finished. And I feel like we kind of need to go to a character actually set up for those. So we'll actually make a character or find a character that has lightning skills, so we can show them off as best as possible. I guess let's start with Inner Sight. Let's pull up Inner Sight and see if there's anything special about Inner Sight that we haven't already learned. I actually already have that Help Desk Ninja. You know, speaking of like what to put your points in, I mean, it's basically strength enough to wear your equipment, dex enough to get your max block if you're going for max block, and then finally most of the rest of your points are going into vitality. Energy is generally ignored because you usually get enough as you level up. It's decent to put some energy in early on, but later on you'll respec and take it out. What's up, Kyle? How's it going, man? Wow, you can have Inner Sight on a lot of different things. I'm actually kind of impressed. So Inner Sight can spawn on gloves. It can spawn on Amazon spears, Amazon javelins, Amazon bows, amulets, and circlets. That's pretty cool. Oh, wow. Some good information here. Alright, we're going to have some fun with this one. Alright, so if you guys are unaware of how this works, basically what we're doing is I'm going to start the video. I'm going to record it, and then once we finish, we can chat about it. But while I'm in the middle of the video, I won't respond. And of course, inner sight is bad manners in duels. Everything that is anything that is actually useful is bad manners in duels. Like I swear, the more I hear about what is bad manners in duels, the less it makes me want to actually play PvP. Besides the fact that everybody can have inner sight, literally everyone can have inner sight. As I just stated, you can get inner sight on circlets, amulets, bows, javelins, spears, and gloves. Like, you can literally get inner sight on any character that you want. Alright, let's get this started. Let's get this started. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Amazon passive and magic skill known as Inner Sight. Inner Sight is a rather simple ability that is actually pretty sweet. It has a lot of good things going for it, and quite honestly, there are a lot of characters that can use it. Not only can the Amazon herself use it, but it is also a readily and spammable skill on the Act 1 Mercenary. So if you do go with the Act 1 Mercenary, you will have Inner Sight pretty much forever. And on top of that, you can also obtain Inner Sight in the form of charges on a multitude of items. And I'd like to go over those really quickly. So circlets, amulets, Amazon bows, Amazon javelins, and Amazon spears can all obtain up to level 6 Inner Sight, which is negative 140 defense, which lasts for 24 seconds. These are charges. Gloves can have up to level 4 Inner Sight with 30 charges, and that is negative 90 defense with 16-second duration. So everybody can have this, but of course the better ones are going to be the higher level ones from the Amazon and the Act 1 Rogue Mercenary. So what exactly does Inner Sight do? Well, Inner Sight reduces the defense of a monster directly. So if you are a character that has a bow, a ranged weapon of some kind, or a melee weapon of some kind, and you are trying to hit a target, Inner Sight will help you because it reduces the defense of the monster, which enables you to hit more readily. So in other words, you can guarantee a hit. Now, at higher levels, it actually does some pretty crazy numbers. But even with just 1 point, as you can see, it will reduce the monster's defense by 305. Recently, they increased the radius by quite a bit. The radius used to be 13 1/3 yards, and now it's 18 yards, so it does hit a lot more in the same time period, well, the same cast. So if we go to, like, Frigid Highlands real quick. Actually, you know what? Let's go somewhere dark, because it's easier to see in the dark. Let's go to Catacombs level 2. Now, when you use the ability, I'm pretty sure it actually works through walls, if I remember correctly. It lights up the target. So as you can see, they actually obtain a light radius, which is probably one of the coolest things. And can be used very easily for that purpose, just for the light radius itself. They also gain little sparkles on the character, so the characters start to sparkle, the monsters rather, and it kind of lets you know that they are under the effect of the ability. Now, the thing about this sparkling is that it is not a curse. Alright, so we need to go over this really quickly, and we need to talk about what overwrites the ability and what doesn't overwrite the ability. Alright, so normally you would think that it would have to overwrite, say, amplify damage, or decrepify, or maybe it overwrites slow missiles, or any of those other things, but the correct answer is actually it overwrites nothing. Yes, you heard me right. It overwrites nothing. It will not overwrite curses. It will not overwrite slow missiles. The only thing that it can overwrite is itself, and Inner Sight can be up at the same time as slow missiles. They can both be up at the same time. And if you don't believe me, I will actually paste into stream chat this line directly from Amazon Basin that actually says, doesn't conflict with slow missiles or curses. All three can be applied at the same time, which is pretty darn cool. That means there's absolutely no reason not to have it up constantly on essentially all the targets that you can possibly have it up on, which is freaking great. And Inner Sight is pretty nasty in terms of what it does for a melee and a ranged character, because the negative defense just continues to rise, and most monsters don't even have this much defense. So taking away their defense is just a really nice way to just completely ruin any chance they have of dodging your attack. So if I were to reset my character real quick, let's take a look and see how high Inner Sight goes at this particular point. And let's go ahead and give ourselves some strength so we can wear our equipment. So we're looking at level 29 Inner Sight with a total negative enemy defense of 1,515, which is pretty amazing. This is kind of insane as far as what it does for your attack rating. And honestly, it's a better use of points than Penetrate itself, because reducing the monster's defense is going to directly influence how well you hit the target. However, it will not be reflected here. So when you are looking at your attack rating on this list, even though it says 51% chance to hit the target, it's not accurate because it's not reflecting the negative defense that you've applied to the target. So like if I were to go to somewhere like Canyon of the Magi, and let me see if I can find like a beetle or something. Try not to run into the entire horde of beetles. So here we have some steel scarabs. And as you can see, my chance to hit the steel scarabs is only 34%. If I cast the Inner Sight on them, if I can survive, if I cast the Inner Sight on them, their defense is going down by 1,515, and now all of a sudden I can hit them with literally every single hit, which is certainly pretty sweet. Let's take a look real quick and let's see how much a steel scarab has in Hell difficulty. So to do that, we're going to pull up a list of monsters. Alright, and according to this list, the Steel Scarab has a defense that is not listed. Well, that's not helpful. Let's try a different website. Immunity. Defense is only 95 in normal difficulty. In Hell difficulty, their defense is 2,241, according to this chart. So we have a negative of 1,515, which means that this monster's defense is going down to next to nothing. Let's do a quick calculation, shall we? So 2,241 minus 1,515, which means the monster's defense is now only 726. 726 is like nothing. Let's take a look at the Nightmare version of this monster, which is only 974. So 726 is less defense than the Nightmare version of the same beetle, which means that we will have absolutely no trouble hitting the monster with our measly 1,070 attack rating. And that's the power of Inner Sight. Inner Sight just simply makes it so that most monsters, and actually players too, as Kyle pointed out in chat, that they don't have any defense anymore. You can literally just rip that defense right away from them, and it lasts for a really long time. It's a 120-second duration, and it also lights the targets up. It can be stacked with slow missiles, which is absolutely great, and you can even get it on charges on gloves. You can get it charges on amulets and all sorts of other things, and you can get a decent amount. It's not going to be as good as the Amazons, but level 6 will get you a nice negative 165 defense off the target. And in normal difficulty and in Nightmare difficulty, that's a lot of defense off the target. That's like the entire defense of the monster in normal. It's about 25% of the defense of a monster in Nightmare difficulty. And while it might not be a huge amount in Hell difficulty, it will probably still increase your percent chance to hit by quite a bit. And let's take a look at the Act 1 Rogue Mercenary as well. So let me pull off his equipment. And we're going to take a look and we're going to see what level she has. We might as well give her some equipment too. Because it'd be interesting to see what level the Act 1 Rogue Mercenary gets up to. Because if it's high enough, if the Act 1 Rogue Mercenary's inner sight is high enough, then guess what? It's better than a Blessed Aim Mercenary from Act 2. Alright, so let's grab Claudia. Claudia!
I'll put that to good use.
Alright, so with a Chains of Honor and a Andy's Visage, she is looking at level 34 inner sight. That's higher than mine. At negative 2015. Holy crap, that is really good, actually. So in retrospect, you got to think that the Act 1 Rogue Mercenary is giving you more than just simply a fire arrow and an exploding arrow. She's also giving you this amazing inner sight ability, which is stripping the defense from the targets around you. So if you're a melee or a ranged character that doesn't have access to inner sight, then having a mercenary with inner sight is a huge bonus to you in general. It's better, honestly, than Blessed Aim. Blessed Aim is going to bring up your attack rating, but inner sight brings down the monster's defense total. And as we discovered, there's absolutely no reason not to have inner sight running all the time, because it does not conflict with slow missile, it does not conflict with curses, and you can literally run it for free. There's also some other interesting things about the defense mechanic on inner sight. So the defense is actually applied after Stone Skin doubles the monster's defense, but before any plus defense modifiers on the character or monster. So for instance, if you were a Barbarian, let's take a Barbarian in PvP, and the Barbarian has a Stone Skin modifier, the Stone Skin modifier will take effect first, doubling the defense. Then any plus defense equipment that you have or skills like shouts will take in effect after the negative resistance. So the negative resistance is actually attacking the base number with Stone Skin applied. If you don't have Stone Skin, it's attacking the base number, which is a lot worse for the monster and a lot better for you than you think. Because what that means is let's say you were using something like Fortitude that has chilling armor proc on it or something of that nature. Or you have a Barbarian use his shouts on you and he gives you a huge bonus to defense. Well, the bonus to defense from those skills is applying to your base. And inner sight is ripping away your base, which means you end up with very low defense, because 1,000% of nothing is still going to be nothing. As if right now, my defense is 1,943. So she currently has an inner sight of level 34, which is negative 2,015, which means my defense will be 0. According to the chart here, it does say that you cannot reduce a monster below 0. So I would just simply hit 0, because the inner sight is higher defense negative than what my current defense is. Which means that if a Barbarian used Shout on me, if I was using a Fortitude, which had chilling armor proc, if I had any other items on me that were enhancing defense, they would do nothing. And that's pretty much it when it comes to inner sight. It's a very powerful ability. It's a very simple ability. But it's definitely one that makes the Act 1 Rogue Mercenary a very powerful tool in the melee and ranged characters arsenal. Now, if you're a caster, who cares? You don't care about defense. So what does it even matter to you? It doesn't matter at all. This also means, by the way, that the Act 1 Rogue Mercenary herself really doesn't need attack rating either. She doesn't need ITD or any of those other things, because if she's reducing the defense of all the monsters by 2015, she's probably hitting her shots the majority of the time. And as you'll notice, she actually uses the ability quite often. Often enough that you really don't even have to worry about utilizing it yourself in any way, shape, or form. Like if I come out here to these guys, I mean, you'll notice that within a few shots, she usually ends up casting it. Of course, she's going to make a liar out of me. There you go. And then she's used it, and everything within range is nice and sparkly. Ow. I don't have any points in vitality. Stop shooting at me. Alright, guys and gals. As always, I do appreciate you watching my videos, and tune in next time, because we're going to be going over slow missiles. Chandra, yes. Inner sight does work with freezing arrow and slow missile. I mean, and exploding arrow for the base attack. So it's important to remember that it's separated out into two mechanics. So exploding arrow and freezing arrow have two different hits. They have the physical arrow that can strike the target. That physical arrow still has to rely on attack rating. They also have the explosion, which does not rely on attack rating. The explosion is separate from that calculation and will go off whether you land your arrow or not. You can see this when you fire your bow, even at a wall. It will still cause the explosion. This explosion, like I said, will go off no matter what, whether you hit or miss. The arrow, though, the actual hit of the arrow, so you have the two numbers here, the 572 to 1710 is your physical hit. That incorporates your lifesteal, your mana steal, your crushing blow, your open wounds, and all of those things. So if you're not hitting with your main hit, then you're losing out on all of the arrow damage, but you're still getting the explosive damage. Now, some people who build this particular character, like the exploding arrow and the freezing zons, they will avoid using like attack rating and not even worry about it. But it's not a good idea in my opinion, because then you lose out on your lifesteal, you lose out on your mana steal, you lose out on your crushing blow, you lose out on your open wounds, you lose out on pretty much everything. Yes, Inner Sight would definitely help out a Summon Necromancer, because the skeletons have terrible accuracy, and reducing the defense of the monster would increase the accuracy of your skeletons by miles. In fact, something like a Faith Bow Act 1 Rogue would do wonders, because not only would it increase the attack speed of your army, it also decreases the defense of all the monsters around you. So very, very, very nice to have on a Summon Necromancer. Granted, you still have to rely on her to kill things. A lot of the times Necromancers rely on her to kill things, so I would get her decked out pretty nicely with some high-end equipment. If you're going to go with a mercenary on the Necromancer, I would recommend the exploding arrow, not the freezing, because the freezing one will shatter corpses, and you don't want that on a Necromancer. So use the exploding arrow one. And then on top of that, I would outfit her with a flickering flame for her helmet, and a plus to skill armor, like a Chains of Honor for her body piece. That way she has as high of an exploding arrow as she can get. Another good choice for the helmet would be a Wisdom, so that she has some piercing, because piercing makes a huge difference in her damage output. And if she doesn't have any piercing at all, it won't really help her very much as far as damage is concerned. Wisdom may not be the most amazing helmet, but it does have piercing effect, and that is what that particular character needs the most. I wore it last season too, AJ. Alright, slow missiles is next. Bum 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 bum. Kubus, come up here and give me a hug. Give me a hug, Kubus. Oh, that's a Kubus. He got his Kong ball. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. What's this? There's no treats in there. You ready? I'm gonna throw it. You ready? Boom. Oh, I see somebody became a member while I was in the middle of my video. Help Desk Ninja. Sorry, I don't know why I said Help Desk Ninja. Help Desk JNP. Thanks for becoming a member to the channel, sir. I always appreciate new members. And membership comes with perks. It comes with emotes. It comes with all sorts of things. All my members, let's spam some Chinchilla emotes, shall we? Chunky, 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 chunk, and a couple frogs. It's always a little laggy. It'll pop up, though. You know what? Do I have my chat up there? Tip jar, alert box, alert manual. I do not have my chat up there. Huh. Let's see if I can add it real quick. Oh, there we go. I'm doing this new software, and I could have sworn I had set up a chat in here, but it doesn't seem like it's actually on here anymore, which sucks. Let me see if I can add this real quick while we're going. Okay, well, there's the chat box right there. There it is. Let's test this out, shall we? Hey, that's the testy. Look, see, it works. It works, my friends. It's the working. It's the working. Look, it's the working. It's the working. It's the working. I'll do the frog. Screaming frog. Screaming frog, go in there. Get in there, screaming frog. Yes. Scream, little froggy. It's an emote that I made. It's literally just a frog and he's screaming. He's like, ah. Stupid YouTube window doesn't work. It's all slow. I don't even know why I use it. It's freaking slow as all get out. Alright, slow missiles. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Slow missiles. So slow missiles has actually been changed quite a bit, by the way. And it's seen some interesting adjustments that have made it actually kind of a sexy one to put points into. And we're going to explore that as well. So let's do this. Are you ready? A 3, a 2, a 1, a 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Yes. Today we're going to be looking at the Amazon skill known as Slow Missiles. Slow Missiles is a really fun one. It's actually a lot cooler than a lot of people will give it credit for. And if you want to add this to your repertoire, it is certainly a nice fun one to use. Now, the thing is, though, is they've recently changed it and they've added some very interesting things to it. So as you can see now, it says ranged attacks are slowed by 68%. Physical damage received reduced by 6%. Radius is now 18 yards. Mana cost is 5, and it has a duration of 12 seconds. Now, as we level it up, you'll notice that the physical damage reduction increases tremendously. At level 10, it's 28%, and ranged attacks are now slowed down to 40% of their original speed. And as we increase it, we go down even further, and the physical damage reduction goes up even further. So we get a very nice 30% ranged attack slow, so they are 30% of their original speed, and the monsters will now deal 36% less physical damage to you while this is in effect. Now, it has a radius of 18 yards, and it does last for 180 seconds at level 29, which is pretty nice. And basically what you can do is you can actually slow a ranged attack, right? Well, that's what you would that's what they want you to believe. Because you can slow a lot more than just ranged attacks. This is actually one of the most interesting things about this ability, is that it doesn't just slow ranged attacks, it also slows spells. A lot of spells. A lot more than it probably ever should. And of course I walked in here and got blasted. I got blasted. Let me see if I can avoid getting blasted. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ah. Man, the frickin' glomes are down there, which is what I need. I need the glomes. Let's try again. Hopefully with less dying action. I can always do it in Nightmare. Probably die less.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
I am overburdened. What are you overburdened for? Freaking Hand of Justice bow. Waka waka waka. I mean, is it my fault that there was an entire group of freaking lightning immune monsters at the door? Hold on, let me put some points in my dodges so I can be super tanky. As you can see, even Bone Spear from the snakes is slowed down, and Bone Spear is also a spell. Another good place for me to go would be Great Marsh. Great Marsh always has gloams. I'm pretty sure it always has gloams. We need gloams because I want to show you that it slows down lightning, which is pretty darn cool. I would have died. Oh Lord, no. Back off me, suckers. I should put some points in vitality. I should put some points in vitality. That's why I died. I totally forgot I didn't put any points in vitality. Y'all ain't got no gloams here? I'm leaving if y'all ain't got no gloams. I want my money back. I want my money back. I want my ticket back on this. Y'all's mean. Okay, Plains of Despair has gloams. Plains of Despair. Let's go to Plains of Despair. City of the Damned. Why not? Ooh, that's a good one. Notice that even the tainted lightning balls are also being slowed down. Anything that counts as a missile, anything that is considered a missile attack, is added into the slowest target. There's also another interesting side effect of the slow missile ability that a lot of people are unaware of. So, Diablo does not have weapon range, okay? It doesn't have, like, you don't have, okay, this ability travels, like 50 yards. Like, it doesn't have things like that, so there's not, like, a straight up just maximum distance or minimum distance that something applies. Oh, thank you for the $10 Street Fighter. Hell yeah. And what this means is that it's time. So missiles have a duration that they are allowed to travel during. So most attacks will travel for 2 seconds and then they will cease. If you slow down the projectile, but the time remains the same, then the projectile will actually not travel the same distance that it would normally. So for instance, if I go back to City of the Damned, you'll notice that the projectiles go pretty far. But when I throw this slow missile up, the projectiles can't go as far as they would normally. They literally fire them and they go like 2 feet in front of them and then they stop. And this is because when the monsters have the slow projectile on them, the effect is actually causing the attack to travel less distance. Because it's still traveling for the same amount of time, but it's slower, and so it doesn't make it as far as it normally would. So slow missile also has another layer of protection that it doesn't really tell you about. Not only does it slow the missiles down, so they're much easier to dodge, gives you the very nice physical damage reduction, but it also causes the missiles to travel less distance, which means that they are easier to dodge in the sense that you don't have them covering the entire screen. Now, some abilities just go like really freaking far. Lightning is one of those abilities, and I was really hoping to show you a lightning attack. Let's see if we can save and exit a couple times and go to Worldstone Keep a couple times and see if we can get our hands on the glomies. I'm also going to steal my mercenaries' Chains of Honor. Just so I can have 65% lightning resistance. That'll be a freaking pile full of soul killers at the door. Let's see what's past the soul killers. Bats. And snakes. Ah! Not what I was looking for. Let's try again. Come on, gloamy, gloamy, glomies. It's really cool to see the gloam's lightning slowed down. It's one of the coolest things about slow missiles, in my opinion, is looking at the spells that are slowing down that shouldn't be slowed down. Like, you see how far Bone Spear goes when it actually is normal? And then when I slow missiles the target, Bone Spear doesn't go anywhere. Like, it immediately kills the ability and makes it next to useless. This also works on the effect from the beetles, so the lightning that comes out of the beetles. And it makes it so that the lightning travels slower. But do be aware that it can make the lightning more deadly sometimes because it focuses the lightning in one spot. Now, granted, you have to actually walk into the lightning, like, and be hit by it because it's so slow that it's not going to hit you. But the problem is that if you do happen to walk into one of those little lightning pieces, it probably consists of maybe like anywhere between 10 to 50 lightning bolts that are all stuck in like limbo, and those little lightning bolts can all hit you at the same time and kill you. So so while slow missiles will help you versus the lightning enchanted monsters, it also can get you killed if you're not careful. But you do have to, like I said, specifically run into it. So keep that in mind. Lots of snakes. Had gloams the first time, and now I can't get gloams again because reasons. More snakes. There we go. Oh god. Let me out. Let me out. As you can see, it slowed down though. It was nice and slow. Let me out. You know what? Frickin' I had it on P8 too, which of course is half the issue. This character's not set up for standing in the middle of gloams, okay? It's freaking glorious. Recovery impossible. It is. Recovery is totally impossible. I need some faster run walk boots. Yeah, glooms can stun lock you. It's all nasty. Everything about it is nasty. Let's go to Nightmare difficulty where we're not going to get meoitered. Yeah, T-Gods would be nice. I'm cheating. Where's my gloams? Oh, beetles. There we go. Look at the slow lightning. Look at it. Look at it. Isn't it glorious? The slowest of lightnings. And you will find that there are tons of abilities within the game that while technically they are spells, technically they are, but they still are affected by the slow missile ability, and it causes the attacks to go extremely slow. Who knew that Amazons were so powerful that they could slow down lightning? The constant of the universe, the speed of light, pff, who cares? Speed of light, schmite. The other thing to remember is that this can be up at the same time as your inner sight. So inner sight and slow missiles actually do not overwrite each other, and they can actually be up at the same time. This is actually really awesome. When you slow missiles a target, you do get a visual indicator that shows that you have slow missiled the target. And let me go ahead and show you that real quick. I'll zoom in on a monster. Oh, okay, just instant dead end. All right. As you can see, it looks like sparkles, just like Inner Sight. However, when you cast Inner Sight actually stacks with it. It doesn't overwrite it, and you can have both up at the same time. Slow missiles and Inner Sight also do not overwrite curses, which is also very nice. I don't really think there's a lot more to go over with slow missiles. I mean, I could do a quick recap. So slow missiles reduces the speed of the monster's ranged ability. Anything that is considered a missile attack, including spells like lightning, bone spear, and so forth. By reducing the... Will you get out of here? You sort of licking my mouse, sir. Mices are not for licking. So it reduces the monster's attack. God bless it. He screwed me all up. Freaking just comes over and starts licking my mouse. I don't even understand. Just like, why? Why? Why is he licking the mouse? Why? So slow missiles reduces the speed of the monster's attack, which in turn also reduces the range of the monster's attack because the abilities only travel for a specific time, not distance. Reduces the monster's physical damage so that the monsters will have a lot harder trouble killing you. Good for those archers and so forth and so on. But it also reduces the physical damage of even regular monsters, like Death Lords and stuff like that. On top of this, it also slows down spells, Bone Spear, Lightning, Bone Spirit. Basically anything that is considered a missile attack. And there are tons and tons of abilities in the game that are considered missile attacks. And as you play around with slow missiles, I think you'll find out that it does work very well with a lot of attacks. Like the harpies that shoot those little blood orbs at you, works very good with the harpies. Works very good with the bone spear snakes. The lightning gloams works very good with the lightning enchanted beetles. All sorts of very interesting things that you can use slow missiles for. And quite honestly, there's no reason not to just spam it every now and then. Also works very good in PvP, but I'm sure Kyle will tell me that it's bad manners. Apparently everything is bad manners in PvP. Showing up with a weapon in your hand is apparently bad manners in PvP. You're not allowed to use any abilities whatsoever. They're all off limits. Come out with your fists and fight with your fists, because that's literally the only thing you're allowed to do in PvP. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Freaking dog licking my mouse. God bless it. I'm literally just sitting here like this, and I've got the freaking screen up, and it's literally over the thing, so that as I'm talking, I have a visual demonstration, right? And he just walks up and he just starts licking the mouse, and I'm like, why are you licking the mouse? Street Fighter said, "Happy holidays, and thank you for continuing to stream great content that is helpful." I appreciate it, Street Fighter. I appreciate the $10 too. Cody, you want to fight or something? You want to fight? We can fight. He said fists are bad manners. Gotta use teeths. Oh, you do want to fight? All right, well, come on, let's go. Where's Mr. Krabs? Go get Mr. Krabs. He's over there by the door. All right, so now we got to do some Javazon stuff. We're going to have some fun with some Javazon things. That is not Mr. Krabs, and you broke your Kong ball. I bet you feel so proud you were able to chew your Kong ball up, huh? Look, just destroyed it. Destroyed it, dude. Why do you have such satisfaction in destroying things? I will destroy everything you love. I will destroy everything. Everything. Oh, you found a nice Astrion's, Dennis? Sweet. As long as it's a +4. Honestly, the rest of the stats aren't too super important, but yeah, sounds fun. Sounds like fun.
I can't.
Alright, let's get some strength on this girl. don't even care. Cody, I don't... Why are you bringing me all your toys? All your toys. You're so bored over there. You're so bored. You're so bored. This is not the crab. I asked you for Mr. Krabs, and you did not bring me Mr. Krabs. You brought me the Among Us. This is the Among Us. Go find Mr. Krabs, and don't come back until you do. Go find Mr. Krabs. I take no substitutions. This is a substitution. I don't want a substitution. I told you he's over there by the door. You didn't even look. He comes right back. He just comes right back. All right, let's see if we can get this party started. So we're gonna start with some of these lightning attacks, and maybe we should start with this really weird one, lightning bolt. Could be fun. Lightning bolt is probably one of the weirdest ones, and nobody uses it because it's Interesting. Some interesting things about the effect. Unfortunately, it's not really that great, but we're going to do it anyway, because why not? Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the ability. And let's go ahead and throw 20 points into it, because why not? And then let's go ahead and get all our synergies. $4,539 lightning damage. For a total of 5,548 lightning damage. Why does that seem like it should be higher? No. It seems like it should be higher. I mean, we're talking about 100% physical damage conversion. So it's converting all of my physical damage into lightning damage, and then giving me 4,539. I guess I just really don't have very much physical damage, do I? What's my merc running? Nothing. Let's give him something so he doesn't die.
I'll put that to good use.
I'll put that to good use. Yes. Sorry, I'm looking at all the little things with Thunderbolt or Lightning Bolt or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, a Lightning Bolt. Doesn't really have a whole lot of good stuff going for it. Yeah, a Might Merc would probably help out a little bit. You know what? Let's go get a Might Merc real quick just for fun.
I can't.
You can't do nothing. I can't. He says, I can't. She can't. I can't. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I can't. 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 I'm terrible, aren't I? Eh. Eh.
That to good use.
Alright, Pratham, come out here and activate your aura, please. Alright, let's get this party started and get this skill over with. There's really not a lot to go over with this skill, so it shouldn't be that difficult. Then we can move on to more fun abilities. Like Lightning Fury! Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over one of the weirder javelin skills, which is known as Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt is a strange beast of an ability. I never really quite understood what they were trying to do with this ability, because Lightning Fury is just so much better in like every regard that it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to even utilize Lightning Bolt. Especially when you consider the fact that Lightning Fury does more damage than Lightning Bolt in the majority of all situations, whereas Lightning Bolt is barely doing very much at all. Now, I need to do a quick respec real quick. And the reason why we're going to do a respec is because I do need Pierce with this. I don't want to give up my piercing. And let's go ahead and throw these in HP. So we're going to grab crit, because I'm pretty sure crit works with this. So we're going to have at least a decent amount of crit. We don't have to worry about penetrate, because the ability always hits. Lightning Bolt does not miss, and it also cannot be blocked, and it cannot be evaded, and it cannot be anything. Like, it's just like, okay, it just hits you all the time. Piercing, we do want piercing. Are we running a razor tail? We are not. So let's just go ahead and max out. Well, we can't. We might not be able to max it, but let's get it pretty decent here. Let's go ahead and grab our Lightning Bolt skill, which has a ton of synergies, by the way. Ridiculously large number of synergies. Four skill synergies is insane. So when we max out this, we're going to be maxing out Lightning Fury. Then we're also going to have to max out the other 3 skills, which we really don't have enough points to max out everything, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. But you'll see that it's really like a physical damage skill more so than it is an elemental damage skill, and we should be able to get a pretty decent amount of damage out of it. We might actually want to just 1 point these though. So let's just 1 point all of these, and let's just dig in to the lightning skills, just to really give this a fair chance, because it's not exactly a very good skill, and we are going to want to beef it up as much as possible. So we weren't able to completely max out Power Strike, which is 5 points away, which is unfortunate, but it's still pretty close to maxed out. We do have 61% crit strike, which is definitely going to help it out quite a lot since it does have a physical component. And then we have the 77% pierce, which should help it go through the targets. And we're looking at, even with F Titans, F upgraded Titans, mind you. At least I think they're upgraded. Yeah. We're looking at 1,000... Oops, wrong one. Wrong one. We're looking at 800 to 8,175 damage per throw, which is kind of decent, but it's also single targets. It always hits, so it is interesting in that regard that it always hits. But here's some issues with it. Notice my mana is just consistently going down and down and down. This is because it has no physical component whatsoever, and it is very similar in every regard to Berserk, which has no mana and no lifesteal. So when you're using this ability, you get nothing back. It does cost 16.5 mana per throw, and because it costs 16.5 mana per throw, you literally will run out of mana very quickly, unless you're utilizing something like meditation, or you have like a really large amount of mana after each kill. Just simply because you can toss these at insane speed, especially if you're running a increased attack speed build, and you will just burn through your entire mana pool in no time. Now, comparatively, if we were to look at the damage output of Lightning Bolt and compare it to Lightning Fury, you'll notice that Lightning Fury also has a physical damage component. So we have the 1081 to 2088 physical damage on the Lightning Fury itself. So when we throw Lightning Fury, we can still steal mana, we can steal life. We're actually hitting the target with a physical attack along with the lightning attack, which means we're doing about 5,000 damage per throw on the Lightning Fury. And then we also release more bolts from Lightning Fury also. So every single target that we hit releases another bolt, which does another 3,000 damage, and that 3,000 damage stacks up very quickly. So when you're fighting multiple targets, it doesn't really make much sense to use Lightning Bolt pretty much ever, because multiple targets means multiple bolts, which means a much faster kill in general. Whereas Lightning Bolt has no mana steal, and it only hits the targets in a straight line. And damage-wise, it definitely is inferior to Lightning Fury. And keep in mind that this is with pretty much the highest damage output weapon that a Javazon can use. So when you're leveling up your character, like if you're just playing along and you're trying to actually have some fun, despite the fact that Lightning Bolt is a very low-level skill and can be gotten relatively early in the game, it will do basically nothing, because not only is it based off of your weapon's damage, with a 75% weapon damage penalty, by the way, any weapon that you put on at a low level is going to be absolutely pathetic in terms of its conversion. So you're going to get practically nothing from it at a low-level character. The only reason I even have this much is because I'm running Might on the Mercenary. I have the freaking Conviction Aura from Infinity. I'm using an F upgraded Titans, and even with all that, I'm only at about 8k per throw, which honestly isn't even that amazing. And if we throw in the crit strike, we are looking at double the physical damage, not double the elemental damage, which our physical damage is currently... we have to take off things that give us elemental damage. So we've got... Of course, we can't do that without losing our... let's see, what are we losing? The dex... Trying to get our pure physical damage here real quick. We have any other charms giving us elemental damage? We're still blue for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't see anything giving us elemental damage at all. I wonder why it's blue. But basically, we have about 1,740 physical damage, right? Well, the thing is that the weapon penalty is being applied to this, so we're at 75% weapon penalty. And then the crit is being applied to the penalty, which is giving us maybe like an extra 1,000 damage, like if that. And so we're talking about literally only about 1,000 extra damage if we crit. So it goes from 8,188 to like 9,188 if we get a crit. So it's not even as good of a modifier as you would think. So it's a cross-purposed ability because it has this really high lightning damage effect, which can be affected by things like Griffin's Eye Diadem, which has plus lightning skill damage. You could also be wearing like a lightning skill Ormus robe or something like that. Lightning facets just in general can also increase the lightning damage. But at the end of the day, you have two mechanics. You've got the physical damage to do, and then you've got the lightning damage on the ability. And which one do you improve? Do you improve the physical damage, or do you improve the lightning damage? And either one that you improve is going to reduce the other. So as soon as you start putting on things like Fortitude, you start putting on things like a Phoenix shield and all that other stuff, and your physical damage goes up, then the elemental damage is going to come down because you are taking off things that give you plus to skills. You are taking off things that give you facet slots that are going to actually make it so that the lightning damage goes up. And so it just doesn't really work out very well. If I was to fix this skill, one thing that I would definitely do is reduce the mana cost on this tremendously. Probably down to something like 4 or 5 mana per throw. On top of that, I would remove the weapon damage penalty completely. There are too many abilities in this tree that are better than this ability by far. Lightning Fury is by far superior to Lightning Bolt. Charge Strike is by far superior to Lightning Bolt. And so, honestly, is Lightning Strike superior to Lightning Bolt in just about every way. This ability really doesn't do anything special that makes it need that penalty. On top of that, there is also a wide variety of bonuses that are not applied with Lightning Bolt, and this is very interesting. So magic damage does not get applied with Lightning Bolt. Fire damage, cold damage, poison damage do not get applied with Lightning Bolt. Lifesteal and Mana Steal do not get applied with Lightning Bolt. Chance to cast on attack does not get applied with Lightning Bolt. And on top of all this, Prevent Monster Heal also does not get applied with Lightning Bolt. So basically, Lightning Bolt applies next to nothing in terms of any of the things that you might have on your character. Like if you were wearing an Atmos Scarab or something like that, and you were hoping for an amp damage proc, or maybe you were utilizing something that has like a lightning effect or a fire effect, it doesn't really matter. None of these things are actually applying to the monsters. Also, lightning skill damage only applies to the skill damage itself, and not to anything else that you might have on your character. So, for instance, if you were utilizing charms that added additional lightning damage, the lightning skill damage, for some reason with this ability, does not apply to the actual charms and only applies to the effect of the ability itself. There's so many restrictions on this ability, and I can't really figure out why the hell there's so many restrictions on it. For an ability that basically no one uses, by the way, this ability just has a multitude of restrictions placed on it, including the fact that, number one, it has no physical damage component, which is a big detriment in terms of any ability. At least with Berserk, when you're playing a Barbarian, which is probably the only analog ability that completely converts all physical damage into elemental damage, at least with Berserk, you're looking at an ability that hits like a Mack truck, right? So like if you build a Berserk Barbarian, you might only hit one target at a time, but at least you are just like absolutely demolishing that target out of existence when you do hit him. And it's magic damage too, so you don't have to worry about immunities, you don't have to worry about negative resistance. I mean, Berserk is an amazing ability on its own for its specific purposes. Lightning Bolt doesn't even compare. Number one, it's lightning damage. Number two, it seems to like not really have a good conversion rate because of that 75% weapon damage. So even if I was doing decent physical damage, it doesn't convert over well to the lightning side of things. And the lightning damage that it has on it isn't insanely high, especially when you consider things like Charge Strike and Lightning Fury that have insanely higher lightning damage for a lot less work. Charge Strike, for instance, is 1 to 8,056 with 11 bolts. So 8,000 times 11, it's like 88,000 damage for one attack. It's absolutely insane. Whereas Lightning Bolt is at maximum 8,188. Even if we say that all the hits crit, it's 9,000. And even if you have all the monsters lined up in a row so you can pierce 5 times, it's 9,000 times 5. That is the most damage that Lightning Bolt could ever potentially do, is 9,000 times 5, which is about 45,000 damage. In comparison, Charge Strike does 8,000 times 11. which is 704,000 damage. So literally 64,000 damage versus... Hold on here. Let me redo my math here. 88,000 damage, my bad. So 88,000 damage versus 64,000 damage. And this is going to do 88,000 damage on a single target, pretty much guaranteed. Whereas if you have a single target with Lightning Bolt, it's only going to do 8,000 damage. It's not going to do 64,000 damage. You need a group of monsters lined up for you just right to get that damage output. And Lightning Fury, which is the other ability, can out DPS it by miles. So like if we take Lightning Fury as an example, Lightning Fury currently does 2,992 damage. Assuming there were 5 monsters in the same scenario that Lightning Bolt has 5 monsters. So we were piercing through 5 monsters with 44 bolts, which actually only does 5 bolts. So if there's 5 monsters, we're just saying just 5, then it will release 5 bolts. So it will pierce through 5 times, dishing out 5 bolts, which will all hit all of the targets. So we're looking at 2,992 times 5 times 5, which is 74,800 damage. So Lightning Fury is still going to out DPS Lightning Bolt, even in Lightning Bolt's most optimal scenario, assuming a crit on every single target. And it just doesn't have any advantage. It's not good. It's not better in single target because that's Charge Strike. It's not better in AoE because that's Lightning Fury. And it just fills no gap. It doesn't do anything except for consume stat points to beef up Lightning Fury with a little bit of extra damage. I think I've covered this ability enough. I don't think there's anything else we can go over. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. How would a charm build with max damage look? It would be a little bit better, but because of the 75% weapon damage on the ability, it would not be as great as you think. Even if you were using 10 max damage charms, the penalty is just too much. The physical penalty just ends up nerfing the majority of the damage into the dirt. It's part of the issue. Like right now, if you look at our lightning bolt damage, we currently have what is it? 8,188 minus the on skill damage, which is 6,643. Only 1,545 of that is actually being added from our physical damage output. So every time that you add something like a max damage charm or something like that, it's just going to be kind of nerfed into oblivion. Like it's not really going to do as much as you would think. I mean, even if conceivably we could increase that by 1,000, I'm pretty sure that the appropriate plus to skills that we would lose by getting rid of the grand charms with javelin skills would probably just completely negate all the additional lightning damage that we would obtain. In fact, I can't even really see doing a physical damage build with this because it doesn't really seem like it would ever work. You're much better off, I think, doing a elemental damage build, which is essentially plus to skills. So you'd probably want to go with T-strokes instead of Titans. You would probably use a plus to skill shield like Spirit, +2 helmet, +2 amulet, +2 armor, +1 belt, +1 rings, +3 gloves, etc. As many plus skills as you could possibly get, and then you might have some decent damage on the ability. I do have that jankety broken +7 Annie. Let's put that +7 Annie here, and let's take a look and see what it would be if it was like the highest level that it could possibly be. Because I can't really foresee much extra plus to skills. T-strokes does have +3 and it's a +4 weapon, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7. We could also technically be wearing Thunder God's Vigor, which I think also has +3. So with the +7, that'll probably put us around the right level. So we're looking at about 9,686 damage per shot, which isn't like super duper amazing or anything, especially not when you consider the other abilities, and especially when you consider it's just a single target attack. It's definitely not going to have the same oomph that a lot of other abilities have. I mean, this is P1 Hell. Let's take a look at P8 Hell and let's get an idea of how much damage that actually does. Let's go to River of Flame real quick just for laughs. Pretty sure my Merc is doing more damage than I am. I don't know, it just doesn't seem to do anywhere near as much damage as it should. And the mana bleeding is just insane, as you can see clearly by the fact that I had to chug several juvies just to even make the frickin' ability fire more than a couple times in a row. Like, it just doesn't like work well enough to actually be useful. You would have to run a meditation merc like full time with this, like to even get any effect out of it. Of course, and this guy right here is immune to lightning, so. And since there's no physical damage aspect at all, I'm doing nothing. The Merc is doing more damage than me versus those monsters. Granted, you would probably run a Lightning Sunder along with negative resistance equipment. You know, it would be a build extremely similar to the way that you would already run a Lightning Fury Amazon. I can't really see it being much difference than a Lightning Fury Amazon would normally run, like because it's just going to be a Lightning Fury's on, and in any situation you would honestly be better off using Lightning Fury because it's going to do more damage. Like, you get into the middle of a battle like this and you just tap off a couple Lightning Furies, and the amount of damage output is just so much greater with Lightning Fury, as you literally murder like everything on the screen. I mean, honestly, even Lightning Strike would probably be a superior choice. Just running in and meleeing things with Lightning Strike. At least with Lightning Strike, you get a melee component and you can actually kill a target. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about a lot of these abilities, is that Lightning Strike, Power Strike, Charge Strike, they all have a physical damage component in addition to the lightning damage component. I mean, look at Charge Strike right here. 9,761 for one bolt. This guy's immune to lightning too, but at least he's taking damage. So many lightning monsters. I don't think it would do anything. I was just talking about that, Beans. I don't think it would have any discernible change in the DPS output. None whatsoever. Because as you put on Fort and you put on Phoenix and you put on all these other things, you're taking off plus the skills, and every time you take off plus the skills, the damage of the ability is going down. You're losing tons and tons of damage for every time you remove plus to skills. So you would just be trading. You would just be trading physical damage for elemental damage, or elemental damage for physical damage. And as you trade, the damage would go down for one thing and go up for the other, and it would basically maintain about the same amount. I mean, I've always kind of wondered if you could potentially make a build like that too, but I just don't really see it working. Alright, let's move on to the wonderful and glorious Lightning Fury. We haven't done Lightning Fury yet, so why not? Oh. Lightning Fury is a fun one. It's a very fun ability. Huh. I just had the weirdest thought. No, not really. Just making sure I absorb everything. I want to make sure that I got all the little tidbits. What's up, JDN? How's it going? I'm stupid. All right, let's get this show on the road for Lightning Fury. The Fury of the Lightning. The Lightning Fury. The Fury of the Lightning. Lightning, 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 a fury, lightning, 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 it's a fury, lightning, 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 it's a doggo, lightning, lightning, lightning. What do you want? You want some snacks? I got pretzels. You want some pretzels? Here, have a pretzel. I'm literally just feeding him pretzels. Hell yeah, spiders are quick. Alright guys, let's get this show on the road. Let's get this next ability done and out of the way. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Lightning Javazon skill that has grabbed the hearts of so many, known as Lightning Fury. And we're going to go over the specifics of this ability, why it's so broken, overpowered, and what you can do to, you know, get the most out of it. So Lightning Fury is not really that high on the sheet damage. So when you look at Lightning Fury on the sheet, it doesn't really seem like that much. 1 to 3,605? Who cares? That's not really good damage. Wah. But the sheet damage lies to you. It is a lie. It is a bold-faced lie that lies to your very soul and looks you straight in the eye and lies to you, okay? Don't pay attention to the sheet damage on Lightning Fury. So many people will tell me, they're like, but the sheet damage only says it's 1 to 3,605. Like, I don't care, okay? The sheet damage is a liar, all right? When you go out and you actually throw your Lightning Fury, you will notice that it does a hell of a lot more than 3,000 damage, as it literally annihilates an entire group of monsters in just a couple throws. Now, Lightning Fury is a density clear tool. It is extremely good at density clearing, and it has a couple hidden things that a lot of people don't know about. The first off that I can tell you is the fact that it fires lightning bolts based on the number of monsters present. So despite the fact that the skill says 51 bolts, it doesn't actually release 51 bolts. It releases the number of bolts in correspondence to the number of monsters that are present on the screen. If there are no monsters present on the screen, it releases no bolts. I can show you this very easily by throwing the lightning javelin at a wall. When you throw it at a wall, like this, it activates the bolts. Right now, there are no monsters nearby, so no bolts are emitted. However, if I go find a monster, and I throw that same javelin at the wall, you will see the number of bolts will be released directly in correspondence to the number of monsters. So let's see if I can find a monster near a wall. And, of course, there's no monsters on the screen anywhere, because God forbid a single monster exist within the range of a wall. So here we go. We've got several monsters near the wall, and when I throw the javelin at the wall, you'll notice that the number of bolts that come out is in correspondence to the number of monsters that are nearby. So it's not going to shoot out 1,000,000 trillion bolts. It's just going to shoot out enough to equal the number of monsters on the screen. This means that the Lightning Fury skill scales with density. The denser the pack of monsters, the more damage it does, to the point of absolute absurdity. In the cow level, which is where the Javazon really shines, it does just absolutely mind-boggling massive amounts of damage. And we can actually run this on a calculator, and you can get an idea of how much damage it can potentially do. So let's take our sheet damage here, which is 3,605. I'm tongue-tied. 3,605 times 51 bolts. Okay, so if we can release 51 bolts, that's pretty massive, right? So times 51, which gives us a damage of 183,855. However, that's not the end of the calculation, because each bolt can pierce through monsters multiple times. There's no limit to the number of times that the bolts can pierce, and there's also no next hit delay on the bolts, which means the bolts can hit a target multiple times, which is kind of insane. So let's pretend that we had 51 bolts and all the monsters were lined up, and they all got hit 51 times. Now we have a damage output of 9,376,605 in that theoretical scenario where 51 bolts each hit every monster 51 times. It gets insane, and the more monsters you have, the more damage it does. The thicker and stronger the pack, the quicker and the faster they die. And nowhere is that proven to be 100% accurate than the cow level, which is where the Javazon reigns supreme without any challenger to even come close to her level of killing capacity. And The problem with Lightning Fury is it doesn't really do very much single target damage. But Lightning Fury is also accompanied by a synergy skill called Charge Strike, which is exceptionally good at single target damage. And even monsters that are immune to lightning, you can pretty much obliterate from the face of existence with this ability. Because just like Lightning Fury, it has a number of bolts, which is 13, which is 9,761 damage per bolt with 13 bolts. So you're looking at a massive damage per hit. So even when you're fighting single targets as a Lightning Fury Javazon, you always have an ability that you can use to kill those single targets instead of throwing your javelin. There's also other tricks that you can use, like just simply throwing your javelin at the wall. Right now, there's a person who's near a wall, and if I throw the javelin through them and hit the wall, I'll get an extra lightning bolt that comes back from the wall. So I can effectively double the damage of Lightning Fury in those situations, bringing my damage of Lightning Fury from 3,605 to 6,000 or 7,210, which is not bad at all. And I seem to be having trouble finding Tristram here. Tristram. Now, the beautiful thing about Lightning Fury is that the physical damage doesn't really matter. You don't necessarily need to have a very good physical damage weapon. In fact, for the most part, you can just ignore the physical damage side of the equation almost entirely. And the reason for this is that it doesn't matter. Like, you're not relying on that physical damage. Now, the physical damage is nice for other reasons, like, for instance, having lifesteal, mana steal, and occasionally, if you need to kill a monster who is just unbreakably lightning immune, it can come in handy. But with the new Sunder Charms, there's no such thing as an unbreakable lightning immune monster, so it doesn't matter. So when you go into the cow level, and even when you find the Cow King, and you're rocking your new Sunder Charm, you're going to have a really easy time murderizing the Cow King these days. All right, let's go play with the cows, shall we? It wouldn't be a Javazon video, it wouldn't be a Lightning Furyzon video if we didn't go play with the cows. So fighting just one or two cows, you're not really going to see that huge damage bump. And let me pick up some mana potions real quick too while I'm at it. That is one issue with Lightning Fury, a really big one, is that Lightning Fury just consumes a lot of mana. Which is one of the reasons why having a high physical damage weapon with some mana leech can come in handy. Now, the key to fighting the cows with the Lightning Fury Zon is to corral them. You want to get them all nice and corralled up. You want them to be a nice tight group. And then you want to throw your javelins into the nice tight group and watch them all melt. And keep in mind that this is a P8 game. We are currently on Players 8. And she can demolish the P8 cows with relative ease, even without the Infinity Merc. And I don't have the Lightning Sunder on me, so I'm going to ignore Mr. Lightning Immune there. Although if you wanted to, as a physical damage zone, what used to happen is they would switch to jab, and they would just jab the monster to death like this. Because if you have a decent physical damage weapon, you can still output a decent amount with jab. Or you could use Impale. And Fend even works these days, although it's not very good for single target. But honestly, these days, with the addition of the Lightning Sunder Charms, there's really no need to go with a physical damage build, unless you just want to get your mana back. It is good for getting your mana back, if you can hang in the physical combat, that is. So as you can see, in the cows specifically, when you're attacking a group of cows like this. The amount of damage that you can output in a pack like this is kind of insane. And I haven't even gotten a really big pack yet. Let's see if we can get a really big pack. So you kind of just corral them like this. You want to just keep running around them in a circle until they're nice and toit. You want to get them nice and toit. Kind of do a little bit of back and forth here. Get them all nice and tightly packed up. And then when you throw your javelin in, the insanity that ensues as all the cows literally just fall down on the ground is absolutely amazing. And this is the reason why, as a density clearer, the Lightning Fury Javazon is among the absolute insanely bestliest, just simply because she can do stupid stuff like literally kill about like 100 monsters on the screen in about like a second or 2 seconds, depending on how nice and densely packed they are. In fact, it gets to the point where Javazons kind of want to group the monsters up before they throw their javelin in for the best effect. So you just kind of do a little bit of running back and forth like this, get them all nice and herded, and then you throw your javelins in, and you just watch the horror take place as everything falls down. Do I even have... I do have Pierce. All right, good. Having Pierce with Lightning Fury is honestly one of the biggest reasons why it works so well. And this is due, in fact, to the number of bolts that are released. So you have to keep in mind that we can pierce up to 5 times. So we have 51 bolts that can be released, right? So let's bring up the good old calculator again. And let's look at this logically. So we have a total of 6 possible hits. I know you might be thinking it's 5, but it's actually 6. So in the cow level, if we are capable of 6 hits, that's 51 bolts times 6. The last hit is actually invisible. This is actually written in Amazon Basin, by the way. It says, bolts are released from the point of impact or expiry of the javelin, aimed at any targets within a 10-yard radius. Bolts released on the expiry of a javelin are invisible, but otherwise have the same properties as normal bolts. So there is a hidden bolts that are released upon the expiry of the javelin. That is basically when the javelin ceases movement, which is an additional 51 bolts, by the way. So you're looking at a total of 306 bolts, which is absolutely insane, times the damage on the effect, which is 3,605. And we're looking at 1.1 million damage. And assuming that all 51 cows are hit by all the bolts, which is a best case scenario, you're looking at 56 million damage, 56.2 million damage per throw, which is just absolutely insane. So in the really dense, thick cow packs, when a Javazon throws her javelin in, the insane amount of damage that comes from this cannot be understated. Like, and I want you guys to realize that density scaling that the Javazon has is insane. Now, when she's fighting smaller packs, when she's fighting groups that don't have the same density, her damage goes down. And a lot of the times you will see the Javazons using Charge Strike in those situations because the monsters are not densely packed enough to really make it worth their while. That's why you end up switching back and forth between the two effects. Dog just jumped up like something bit him. What ring did I get? It's terrible. It's terrible. There's really not a lot more to go over with this. Attack rating doesn't matter too much in terms of the bolts, but like I said, if you are interested in actually getting the physical damage hit to seal life and to steal mana back, you do want to worry a little bit about attack rating. The problem is, though, is it doesn't really show you what your attack rating is, because I guess technically it doesn't matter, but it does actually matter. Javelin attack does not require a hit check and thus always hits but it can be blocked. Interesting. It's always important to read up on these skills when I'm doing the videos, because I want to make sure I get everything correct. And of course, the lightning bolts can pierce, but they do disappear when they hit a hard target. So if they hit a wall, if they hit a tree, if they hit anything like a pillar or something like that that is considered a hard object, the lightning bolts will cease. Which is another reason why the cow level just tends to be one of the best places for this particular kind of a build. And it's just simply because there's like hardly any objects around here to break the attacks. So when you're in the middle of a giant pack and you throw your lightning bolt, you don't have anything blocking the lightning bolts from traveling. And this is why there are some zones that are not very good for Javazons, like Maggot Layer doesn't tend to work as well because a lot of the lightning bolts end up hitting the walls. There's zones that don't really have the density that you would like, and they have lots of walls. Like for instance, Loot Lane Sewers has lots of walls and density, and kind of a lowish density, but they're nicely packed. So when you throw your javelin, a lot of the lightning bolts end up just hitting the walls or hitting the like the little passageways or the pillars or everything else that's in there, and it doesn't work out as nicely as it does in the cow level. Now, of course, you can beef up your Lightning Fury damage in a myriad of ways, and I don't actually have this character set up 100% properly. Obviously, you could be using a Lightning Sunder, which is definitely something that is going to help you out immensely. Griffin's Eye Diadem, which would go on your head, is a very, very nice lightning damage and negative lightning resistance helmet. You could also be using T-Strokes instead of Titan's Revenge. T-Strokes is a very nice negative resistance. It has negative 15% resistance on it, and very, very, very nice as far as the damage output goes. And in combination with all of the nice negative resistance items, maybe a lightning facet in your Griffin's Eye Diadem, the T-Strokes, you can actually enhance the damage of your Lightning Fury much further than the 3,605 that I currently have written here. In fact, the negative resistance alone will increase your damage output a ton. The Lightning Sunder will make it so that you can take on those lightning immune monsters with relative ease. And then adding in something like the Infinity Polearm on your Mercenary with the Conviction Aura will also increase your damage output even further. And basically make your character just absolutely insane in terms of Lightning Fury damage output. I think I've ranted on long enough about Lightning Fury. If you have any specific questions about the skill, feel free to put them down in the comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Well, because it's not a matter of damage output at that point, right, Sweet Skills? It's a matter of, can I keep my mana pool running? Honestly, a pair of Silkweaves goes a long way on a Javazon. That +5 to mana after each kill is absolutely insane. And you can also combine that with things like... I'm trying to think here right off the top of my head. You can combine that with things like Valkyrie Wing, which also has mana after each kill, and you can also utilize... what's that other... There's actually a Javelin. What the hell is the name of that Javelin? I don't know if you have ever seen it before, but it's kind of insane. It's a unique Javelin that is like a ridiculously large amount of mana after each kill. Yeah, Wraith Flight. Wraith Flight has +15, which is freaking insane. And if you combine that with the Silkweaves and a Valk helmet, you can literally reach, what is that, 25 mana after each kill. And for a Javazon that literally kills ridiculously fast, that's insane. You throw one javelin into a group of monsters, all your mana comes back. Now, it's not particularly fast, but you wouldn't use it as your main weapon anyway. You would just use it on swap. You just keep it on swap, swap to it, throw a javelin, watch your mana come back up, and then swap back. How many more abilities do we got on this girl's tree? 3 more. We got Power Strike, Charge Strike, and Lightning Strike, which is pretty good. It's Wraith Flight, the ghost glaive. Oh, thank you, Sweet Skills. I appreciate it. Ah, $2 from Steven. Thank you for the donation, Steven. Check the Discord chat. Got a competition. A competition, huh? I've been so busy with these videos, I haven't actually hopped on Discord in a little while. What we got going on in Discord? Boom, 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 boom. Cody, what do you want today? You're so... That's right. You know when we come up here, it's work time. We're working. You know it's work time. We're not going downstairs. We're not. And you need to go find your crab. That is not your crab. No. You know what your crab is. Do I gotta go find him? I'm gonna go find your crab and I'm gonna take him. And since you can't find him, I'm gonna keep the crab and you don't get him. I'm gonna go get the crab. I'm gonna go get him. I'm gonna go get the crab. You don't want the crab. I'm gonna go get him. I'm gonna get the crab. You know you don't want him. I told you Mr. Crab was right here by the door. There he is. Right there. In the face. Don't listen. That's the Mr. Crab. Mr. Crab. Shoot up his butt. Shoot up his butt already. I'm not seeing anything on Discord, Steven. What's the, where is it? Where is it? Did you post it on my Discord, or did you post it on somebody else's Discord? Did you send it to me in a comment? I'm trying to see if I can find it, but... The crab would fit well on the hat. He probably would. Where's your crab? Good. Now give me this crab. Give me this crab. Give me this crab. Give me this. Give me the crab. Give me this. Give me this. Give me the crab. I win. I win. I win. He's my crab now. I won the game. No, he's my crab. I won the game. I get to do what I want to do with the crab. I'm going to chew him up. He gets so bored up here. I know he does. All right, Power Strike. Power strike, power strike, power strike, power strike. Who doesn't like a power strike? Power strike is actually interesting because it's not terrible. Like, it's not a terrible ability. It's actually halfway decent, but it doesn't like. It's not like really, really good. It's just kind of like it's okay, and it gets overshadowed by Charge Strike, unfortunately, which is part of its biggest issue because Charge Strike is just so insane. But it's not like it's a terrible ability. Charge Strike is just so much better, unfortunately. But it is a halfway decent, like, you know, like skill that you can level up. You do have to level it up to get the benefit from Charge Strike, because Power Strike is one of the synergies. So, I mean, it's not like super duper terrible or anything. It just doesn't really work as well as you would think. With 26,000 damage, you would think it would be a little bit better, but it's just not quite there. Yeah, let's do Power Strike, and then let's do Charge Strike, and we'll do Lightning Strike last. Alright, let's get this show on the road. I see you there, Cody. You're so... Go sit down somewhere. Sit. Good. Throw some pretzels. Make them go hunt them down. Alright, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Y'all see the troubles I gotta deal with? Got a dog trying to lick my arm and lick my mouse every 5 seconds. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. We're almost finished with the Amazon, and we're moving on to the melee lightning abilities. The first one on the list is Power Strike. Power Strike is not really the most amazing ability out there. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It's kind of meh. It does have a pretty amazing damage output on the screen, so you know it does show 26,000 when it's at level 50, and I mean it's halfway decent, like when you hit a target with it, but it's no Charge Strike, and Charge Strike just does so much more damage than Power Strike that it's kind of insane. Comparatively, when you look at Power Strike does 24,000 damage, or 1 to 24,000 damage, so anywhere between basically 1 to 24,000 per hit. Which means it can basically do nothing sometimes. Whereas Charge Bolt does between 1 and 9,517, and it releases 12 bolts, which is a lot higher than Power Strike, just in general. If you ran that on a calculator, you would see that Charge Strike just kind of does an insanely large amount of damage with 9,517 times the 12 bolts that are released. It does a pretty massive 114,000 damage per hit, which, as you can see, is nearly 4 times the damage that Power Strike does. And on top of that, Charge Strike does not have the ability to do only 1 damage. Because there are 12 bolts, the percent chance of all 12 bolts doing only 1 damage is next to nothing. So you almost always get decent damage out of Charge Strike, even if you get a lot of low rolls on the bolts, because there are so many bolts. Whereas if Power Strike rolls at 1, that's it. You just don't do any damage. Power Strike, however, is necessary as a synergy for Charge Strike, Lightning Strike, and also Lightning Fury. So if you were going to build any of these other abilities, you're going to have to put points into Power Strike. But Power Strike would generally be the last one that you put points into in terms of like an endgame character. However, if you're leveling up an Amazon, like a Lightning Fury Amazon from the beginning, you're going to dump a whole bunch of points into Power Strike in the beginning. It's halfway decent in the beginning of the game just for simply killing stuff, and it quickly gets replaced by Charge Strike as soon as it becomes available, but you are pretty much going to dump every single point that you have into Power Strike in the beginning of the game. And as you go forward, you're going to transition away from Power Strike as Charge Strike becomes the more powerful ability. And then eventually, if you're going to do a Lightning Fury Amazon, you're going to wean your way off of Charge Strike as well, and you're going to be using Lightning Fury more often than anything. Charge Strike is by far the highest single target damage and outshines Power Strike by miles, but Power Strike is definitely available to you first, which is certainly very nice. The mana cost on it is pretty high, though, at 12.7, and as you level it up, you will notice that you're going to have issues trying to get the mana requirements, because it starts out at a pretty hefty... I gotta take off some of my plus to skills here. It starts off at a pretty hefty mana cost of 2, which when you spawn on your Amazon, you only have like 14 mana to begin with. So you're going to get a whole, like, what, 7 attacks off with Power Strike in the beginning. And as you level it up, you'll notice that the mana cost does increase quite nastily. And before you know it, you will be sitting at a very unhealthy 6.7 mana cost per attack. And very quickly, you're going to want to move away from this. But it will burn your mana relatively quickly early on in the game. And as you transition forward into Charge Strike is also going to be a lot of mana as well. But it's also going to deal way more damage. And the higher damage output of Charge Strike means you have to use it less. And because you have to use it less, you're definitely going to get more use out of it in general. Let me just go ahead and do some demonstrations for this ability real quick, because why not? So just to give you an idea, let's put Power Strike up against Charge Strike, which is its direct successor. And if I come out here and I attack a monster, like for instance an Urdar, of course I already cleared this zone. This is a lightning immune monster. Let's go to Crystalline Passage. That sounds like a fun one. So I can attack with the single target on this, and let me go ahead and pull the Infinity off my Merc so he's not killing things. You can see it doesn't really do very good damage. And need a couple mana potions here. And I'm going to show you the vast difference between Charge Strike and Power Strike in basically in their highest forms, so that you kind of understand that Power Strike is really not very useful of an ability. Whereas Charge Strike doesn't really require even to hit the target. It will just release the bolts. Power Strike does require a physical hit. Charge Strike, on the other hand, which is this one, what I'm using right now, hits the target multiple times very quickly. As you can see, absolutely annihilates the targets by comparison. Which really puts Power Strike in its kind of like a silly place, because it's an early ability that you use on this character, but it really gets no use afterwards. Because it just doesn't really output the same kind of damage as Charge Strike. This guy is lightning immune, so as you can see, he's taken a lot longer to kill. If I were to grab my light Power Strike ability and try and attack this same monster, you'll notice there's basically next to no damage being done to him whatsoever. Whereas if I go to the Charge Strike ability, you'll notice that he's still getting hurt, because Charge Strike is doing such massive damage that even with relatively low resistances, with relatively low damage output, it still smacks really hard. And if I were to throw the Infinity back on my Merc so that I got the Conviction Aura, which, why isn't, oh.
I'll put that to good use.
you'll notice that he dies extremely quickly. Just a little bit of negative resistance is really all that's required with Charge Strike because it does such massive damage output. I don't really think there's much more to go over with Power Strike. It's a skill that you're going to have to put points into if you want to get the damage output from Lightning Fury or from Charge Strike, or maybe even Lightning Strike if that's your prerogative. But overall, it's just a relatively useless skill that it gets outclassed by its successors. In single target, it is definitely outclassed by Charge Strike. It doesn't do any AoE damage, so it is definitely outclassed by Lightning Fury and Lightning Strike, which are both superior, very superior in terms of AoE. And as you go forward, you're going to respec your character eventually. And you may not have enough skill points to max out every single one of these abilities. Like, for instance, if you are a Lightning Fury's on, notice that all of the synergies for Lightning Fury are Power Strike, Lightning Bolt, Charge Strike, and Lightning Strike. So Power Strike is one of the 4 abilities that you need to cap out to get maxed Lightning Fury. It's most likely going to be your last one. Between Lightning Bolt and Power Strike, both of them are actually kind of terrible. And you're going to, on your respec, you're probably going to do something like this. You're going to max out Lightning Fury itself. And then you're going to max out Charge Strike, which is the better ability. So you're going to come down here and you're going to max out Charge Strike. And with whatever points that you have left, then you will max out Lightning Strike, or Lightning Bolt and Power Strike. And you may not have enough points to max out all of them, and you definitely want Power Strike to be basically the last one, because it's by far the least useful of all 4 of the abilities that you would max out. Lightning Strike is definitely a good one too. In fact, I kind of left that one out by accident. So Lightning Strike is pretty useful in groups, and it's definitely far more useful than Lightning Bolt and Power Strike. So you probably want to go something like this. So 20 points into Lightning Fury, 20 points into Charge Strike, and then 20 points into Lightning Strike, so that you have the Lightning Strike and the Charge Strike maxed out first. And then put your points into the Lightning Bolt and the Power Strike. And whatever's not maxed out isn't maxed out. I wouldn't worry about it. As you can see, it requires pretty much all my points just to do that. And nobody is going to avoid putting points into Crit, Penetrate, Pierce, Dodge, Avoid, Evade. And most people end up getting a Valkyrie as well. So you're definitely going to end up skimping somewhere. And Power Strike is definitely a good one to skimp on. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's on a silly skill like Power Strike. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so I got that one out of the way. Now we can move on to the more fun ones, which is Lightning Strike and Charge Strike. Those are definitely the better skills of the melee lightning skills.
Evening.
Let's go ahead and get a build for that as well. Alright, pink, 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 pink.
I can't use this yet.
Oh no. Dang, 30 strength on that bad boy. I totally forgot about that. 188 strength for the giant thresher. Whew, that's a lot. Let's reset so we can actually wear it.
I can't use this yet.
Yes, Kubus. You sigh and you complain like somebody's grandma. Oh wait, the giant thresher is a pole arm, isn't it? It is a pole arm. I need the man catcher. The man catcher. Where is the man catcher at? I had one of those on. The fire's on. The fire's on has the man catcher. TNT. You gonna be my man catcher? I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. Nice, nice. I made that video before the Sunder Charms. T-Stroke has definitely gone up in terms of its usability. The Sunder Charms have definitely brought T-Stroke into the limelight. I think, quite honestly, when it comes to T-Strokes, I think T-Strokes has usurped the Titans, because the only issue that Javazon's ever really had was lightning immune monsters, and lightning immune monsters are definitely like obliterated as long as you're using T-Strokes and like a Griffin's Eye. My Thanksgiving was kind of crappy because I was working on Thanksgiving because it's Black Friday and I'm the person that changes out all the prices in the store. So the our Black Friday night was annoyingly long. Alright, where's that man catcher at? Bink. There we go. Now we're going to be talking about some rather interesting abilities. Some real interesting abilities. Yeah, probably did get double time. Yeah, I would imagine so. All right, charge it, strike it. A naked level 99 character. I mean, I've got plenty of characters in the pack. Joshua, if you want to just pull in some of my characters. My item pack has a lot of characters in it. What's up, Valentino? You like my hat? Do you like my hat? My hat is very nice. Alright, I think we've got pretty much everything we need for this, so let's go ahead and have some fun with it. Yes, the browser-based editor. I did a video on it, Ogthail. I did a video on the browser-based editor, month ago? About a month ago? Yes, I actually have a little partnership with D2R and Wizard.com. I've been doing a couple videos here and there on their stuff, and they've been putting some links up for me on the website. So a little bit of a I scratch your back, you scratch my back situation. All right, let's get this video started. Talk about Charge Strike and how OP it is. And away we go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. I don't know why I say it like that. But today we're going to be looking at one of the most overpowered single target damage abilities in the game, which is Charged Strike. Charged Strike is a pretty massive damage effect, and it doesn't really look like that on the character screen. It only says it does 6,618. Which doesn't really seem like a lot of damage. And it's to be expected because the sheet damage on a lot of these abilities is just wrong. The sheet damage on Charge Strike doesn't accurately display how much damage it does. The sheet damage on Lightning Strike doesn't accurately display how much damage it does. The sheet damage on Lightning Fury doesn't accurately display the damage it does. And it just seems like none of these abilities actually can be trusted on the actual character screen, because you have to actually go out and play with them and see how they work to understand the damage output. And the damage output for Charge Strike is kind of insane. In fact, we're going to go ahead and pull up a calculator here real quick, and I'm going to show you the damage output for this particular ability. So let's say, for instance, that I have a target that is a size 3 monster. The size of the monster does matter, by the way. So the size 3 monsters are going to be hit by all 12 charged bolts. So we have a total of 6,618 times 12, which means we're looking at about 79,416 damage per attack, which is pretty insane, but there's more. So if we can get our resistances into the negative, like for instance, if we are using, say, a ridiculous infinity polearm or something of that nature, which is pretty darn cool. So let me just show you this real quick just for fun. So right here, I am utilizing an infinity polearm. On a Spearzon, specifically a lightning Spearzon, they can get a massive negative 55% resistance from the polearm itself. And then the Conviction Aura will give them another negative resistance, which will bring the monster into the negative resistances, which means the damage is then multiplied even further. The lowest that you can ever possibly go in terms of negative resistance is negative 100%, and that is obtainable with an Infinity Polearm, a Griffin's Eye Diadem, the Lightning Sunder, and some other various things. You can strip down a monster down to his lowest possible amount of resistance. So what does this mean in terms of damage output? Well, it means times 2. So when a monster is at negative 100% resistance, that means they are taking times 2 of the normal amount of damage that they would normally take. So you can generally dish out about 158,832 damage per hit with Charge Strike. But that's not all. If you act now, you can get our Ginsu knives. No, I'm not even joking, because Charge Strike has a physical damage component as well, which means that if you are actually able to hit the target, you can also apply the physical damage, crushing blow, open wounds, and deadly strike, as well as crit strike. So you can get even more damage out of the effect than you would otherwise normally think. And Infinity, which is pretty much the best in slot weapon for a Lightning Spearzon, has 40% crushing blow. It has negative 55% enemy lightning resistance, and it also has pretty decent damage at 184 to 404 with a very nice Conviction Aura, which reduces the monster's defense, which makes it easier for you to hit the target. So when you go out and you actually attack monsters with this ridiculous weapon, you will notice that the monsters will just be obliterated from existence. You don't even really have to worry about lightning immune monsters. The monsters just die. Now, it is also important to note, however, that smaller monsters, like for instance the Spike Fiends that you just saw, are size 1 monsters. Size 2 monsters are things like Oblivion Knights, and size 3 monsters are things like, like Diablo himself, or Pit Lords, or Urdars. Those are considered size 3 monsters. So, size 1 monsters, you actually will have trouble hitting with bolts because they're so small, and sometimes you will only hit them with 1 or 2 bolts, and not even all of them. Like maybe just like 1 or 2 out of the 12 will hit the size 1 monsters. Whereas size 2 monsters will generally get hit by a decent number of the bolts, anywhere between like 6 to 7. And size 3 monsters will get hit by every single bolt. Let me see if I can show you the difference between a size 1 and a size 3 collision. Refresh the game real quick because I've already murdered everything. And as you can see, we are set to players 8. So let's go to River of Flame. There's usually some nice size 3 monsters in River of Flame. And here we go. We've got Pit Lords. So when I hit the Pit Lord, you can see that he's hit by every single bolt. When I hit the Abyss Knight, you notice quite a few of the bolts actually make it past him. This is because he's a size 2 monster, not a size 3 monster. And you will notice that there's issues with this particular ability on attacking smaller monsters. The smaller the monster, the less bolts hit the monster. So if we were to go to somewhere like Flayer Jungle, which is full of size 1 monsters, size 1 monsters are the worst in terms of being hit by this particular effect. And you'll notice that a lot of the bolts will actually go through the monster that you're hitting. But the good news is that as they go through, they'll still hit targets behind the monster. So you don't have to worry about them getting completely wasted if it's a really large group of size 1 monsters. It just might not actually kill the monster that you're attacking, which is unfortunate. Now, really, you don't utilize this for single target monsters. I mean, for groups anyway. So Charged Strike is your single target killer, like when you're fighting 1 monster at a time. Lightning Strike, which is the other ability, is the one that you're going to be using for most big groups. And the reason why is because it hits everything within the group. It can jump a total of 46 times, and it will continually jump back and forth and hit all the monsters within a certain radius. And if you're in a really big group, you're going to be using Lightning Strike. If you're in a small group with less monsters, you're going to be using Charge Strike. Charge Strike is your main damage tiny things. It's also important to note that when you run out of mana with Charge Strike, you will just regular attack. So if you run out of mana completely, you will no longer be using the ability, and it won't really tell you that you're not using the ability except for the red out down here, and you'll just be regular attacking the target. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you do have mana steal, you'll be able to at least bring some of your mana back and then use the ability again, which is certainly helpful. Some abilities don't work that way, believe it or not, that when you run out of mana, some of them will just not let you use the ability at all. They won't even let you regular attack. Whereas Charge Strike will let you regular attack when you run out of mana, which is very useful because you can rebuild your mana to then again use more Charge Strikes. And speaking of the mana cost, Charge Strike does have a pretty high mana cost of 15 per hit, which can rip your mana down pretty quickly, especially if you have a very fast attack. And as you can see, it also uses mana even if you are just simply swinging at the air. So you can see my mana pool here, and even just swinging at the air, it uses mana. Some abilities do use mana when you swing at the air, and some abilities don't. This one is definitely one that does. The pretty cool thing about this ability is that you don't even have to fully build it. And it's also useful to Lightning Fury Javazons. Because Lightning Fury Javazons have to build Lightning Strike and Charge Strike as well to get their synergy bonus, Lightning Fury Amazons will also have access to Charge Strike. At a reduced damage output, it's not going to be quite as high as it would be with like a full Spears on, but you definitely are going to get some pretty good damage out of it. Single target wise, it doesn't matter whether you're using a spear or a javelin, and as long as you have the synergies built for it, it will still do good damage even under some of the worst situations. It's just not going to do like the most amazing. The real benefit of Charge Strike is its boss killing ability. I think that's honestly what it's the best at, because like we said, with size 1 monsters, there's a very good chance that the charge bolts simply miss completely and go through him to the other side. With size 2 monsters, about half of the charge bolts will hit the target. But with size 3 monsters, all of the charged bolts hit the target. So your highest damage output with Charged Strike is on the larger monsters in general. You know, there's tons of large monsters out there. Even when you go to places like Crystalline Passage, size 3 monsters tend to be just about everywhere. That's a size 2 monster right there. That's a succubus. And if you want to like pull up a listing of the sizes of the monsters, you can do that. But like these Death Lords or these Champion Bloodlords are definitely size 3 monsters. So when I hit them with Charged Strike, they're going to eat the entire thing. And you can tell that they're eating the entire thing just by how like quickly their HP just melts into oblivion. And I want you to take that in for a second. Those were Players 8 Champion Bloodlords, okay? And I just absolutely annihilated them from existence with Charged Strike. And that is really the power of this ability, is it's just absolutely amazing when it comes to single target damage output. If you're fighting a large group of monsters, you're better off using Lightning Fury, you're better off using Lightning Strike. And the cool thing is you can weave Lightning Strike and Lightning Fury in. Like if you're in combat, you can obviously just tap off a Lightning Strike and let it do its work, and then continue with your Charged Strikes. You don't necessarily have to use Lightning Strike over and over and over again. In fact, I would avoid using Lightning Strike over and over and over again because it doesn't actually hit the targets more than once. So Lightning Strike actually has what's called a next hit delay, and Charged Strike does not. This is one of the reasons why Charged Strike is so powerful. If you've never looked up next hit delay, I would advise you to take a look at next hit delay for a lot of abilities, because some abilities have it. Like, for instance, Multi-Shot and Lightning Strike have next hit delay, whereas other abilities do not have next hit delay, like Charged Strike or Charged Bolt on the Sorceress do not have next hit delay. And these things are actually really interesting in terms of like what abilities can hit targets within a certain time period and what abilities can't. I'm going to bring up a screen here real quick for those of you who are interested in this, and it's going to go over really quickly like what monsters the hit delays apply to, or what skills the hit delays apply to. So this is a brief kind of synopsis here. We've got Multi-Shot as a duration 4 frame delay. This just simply means you can't hit the same target twice. You'll notice, though, that on the Amazon, Charged Strike is missing. So there is no next hit delay on Charged Strike. But there is a next hit delay on Lightning Strike, which is the ability that we were talking about earlier. So Lightning Strike cannot hit a target more than once within the 4-frame delay. So spamming it over and over and over again doesn't have a really good effect. You just kind of want to tap it every now and then, let it do its work, and then tap it again later. The same way that you would do Multi-Shot, firing it in succession. But because the lightning bolt is traveling like this, back and forth between the monsters, each time the lightning bolt travels back and forth, the next hit delay would apply. So if you have multiple lightning bolts traveling back and forth at the same time, and they hit the same target at the same time, only one lightning bolt is actually going to dish out damage. Whereas with the beautiful Charged Strike, it doesn't matter. All 12 of the bolts can hit the same target at the same time. Now, some of these abilities have absolutely terrible hit delay. As you can see, Shockwave have 25 frames, which is 1 full second. Blade Sentinel is 25, which is 1 full second. Twister, Tornado, they're 25. Volcano is 10, and so forth and so on. And this gives you an idea of, you know, essentially how quickly you can spam an ability and whether or not spamming the ability is actually a viable tactic. It's also important to note here that like some abilities that you can hold shift and just simply click and they will work. Like for instance, Multi-Shot. If I wanted to hold shift and click, the Multi-Shot would fire whether there's nothing nearby or not. However, if you notice, when I hold shift and click with Charge Bolt, nothing comes out. Despite the fact that it's burning my mana, nothing happens. I need an actual target to be able to cause the lightning bolts or the little charged bolts to emit. Otherwise, nothing happens. I think that's pretty much it for this ability. It's definitely one of the better physical lightning skills that the Spearzon has. And without a doubt, Charge Strike kind of works its way into a lot of builds. Whether you're a Lightning Fury Javazon, whether you're a Lightning Strike Javazon, you're still going to use Charge Strike for your single target. Even when you're a physical Spearzon, a lot of the times physical Spearzons will still grab Charge Strike and try to put a couple points into the synergies because it's just really nice to kill the physical immunes. You can also even utilize Charge Strike with a bow build, believe it or not. There are several bow builds that involve like 20 points in Cold Arrow and 20 points in Freezing Arrow, and then they have like Lightning Fury as a secondary ability because they want to be able to utilize Lightning Fury. And then to build Lightning Fury, you have to build the synergies, so you end up with Charge Strike as well, and you can use that for your single target damage, which is actually kind of nice because their Freezing Arrow is actually very bad at single target damage, but it's very good at AoE damage. And having Charge Strike in a myriad of builds is certainly very useful. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. All right, so there's that one, and then we finally have one more ability, and we'll be completely finished with this. We will be done with the Amazon completely, and we can move on to another class. I'll put it up for a vote, actually. You know what? Let's do that. For those of you who are here, what class would you like to see next? It's going to be on YouTube votes. So for those of you who are on Twitch, if you want to hop over to YouTube so that you can throw your vote in with the rest. I believe I'm only capable of 5 choices, or is it 4 choices on the poll? You never heard of next hit delay, Beans? Well, I'm glad you have now. So yeah, it looks like I'm only capable of 4 responses. I'm going to leave out the druid. Now keep in mind, I do already have quite a few videos up. I believe the sorceress has the most videos. Bink. Alright, poll is up.
Good afternoon.
I do have the followage command. Look at that. Alright, so we're going to get this lightning strike out of the way so we can move on from the Amazon while you guys decide on that poll. And then we'll start on the next ability. So let's go ahead and get this one out of the way. Lightning strike is not super duper complicated, but it is an interesting one as far as like damage output goes. Let me see if I can do a quick refresher here. That's an interesting one. it says here, displayed lightning chain doesn't necessarily correspond to the target's hit. So the animation of the lightning traveling between target to target does not actually represent what is happening, according to this. It doesn't actually represent what's happening. That is absolutely silly. It's like mileage may vary. Who's winning? Barbarian is winning. 27% Paladin, 45% Barbarian. Wow, 0% Sorceress. You guys are funny. You guys are smacking that Sorceress in the eyeball. I do think the Barbarian skills are probably the least understood. It definitely is one of those characters that just doesn't really quite have the same understanding. So speaking of which, I actually put up recently on my channel for you guys and gals, there is a playlist for each class now. So if you go to my playlists, I have a playlist, Sorcerer skills, Druid skills, Necromancer skills, Paladin skills, Assassin, Barbarian, Amazon. And they're all organized. So at this current point, I have 16 Sorcerer skill videos. I have 11 Druid skill videos, 10 Necromancer videos, 9 Paladin, 4 Assassin, 7 Barbarian, and currently the Amazon is finished. I'm not sure exactly how many videos that is, but there's 20 up there right now. And the number that I finished today in addition, so she's pretty much done. This will be the last video right now that I'm about to do, so I'm actually kind of excited to have one of the characters done finally. I've been hip and hopping around a lot. So it'd be nice to have one of the characters finished. I've actually got the Barbarian a lot more done than what it seems, though, because the Barbarian only has 7 videos. But I did combine together several of the videos into one. So all of his masteries I combined into one video with the exception of Throwing Mastery. So that one actually was a big combo video because they're all pretty much the same. I just really didn't feel like making a video for every single mastery and saying the same exact thing in each video and going, and this one is for spears, and this one is for pole arms, and this one is for maces, and this one is for axes, and this one is for swords and daggers. I just didn't really feel like doing that. So I just combined them all together into one video. I wasn't going to go that far. Cody, I'm almost out of pretzels, sir. When you going to the store to get some more pretzels? Huh? Are you going to the store? I'll give you $5. You go get some more pretzels. You think you can do it? Or are you going to eat the money? I've seen videos online of doggos that pick up leaves and take them to the store and buy stuff with the leaves. If I give you a leaf, a money leaf, will you take it to the store and go get some pretzels? All right, let's get this out of the way. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. That's right. Today we're going to be looking at the last Amazon skill. That's right, we're pretty much done. This is the last one, the last of the Mohicans. It is Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is a pretty amazing ability, and although it doesn't really outclass Lightning Fury, it is the most amazing AoE damage ability for the physical melee spears on. The Zon that doesn't have access to Lightning Fury. It does really nice AoE damage. It sucks for single target, but it's good at AoE, and that's what we like about it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go take a look at its AoE ability, and I'm gonna kind of show you what it's capable of. In fact, did I already? Okay, I didn't kill everything in this one. So as you can see, the lightning bolt travels back and forth between targets over and over and over again, up to a total of 46 times, which is kind of insane. And it will continue to jump between targets as long as they are close enough to the original bolt. So let me see if I can give you guys some more specifics than just, hey, it jumps between monsters that are close. So the exact specifics is if there is another target within 13 and a third yards, it will bounce to the next target. There's also more, though. So it will not bounce to another target that has been hit by another lightning bolt within the next hit delay of the ability. Lightning Strike has a next hit delay of 4 frames, which is essentially 4 over 25ths of a second. So it's pretty fast. So as long as the monster hasn't been hit by a lightning strike within 4 25ths of a second, it will continually bounce back and forth between all targets. Now this does mean that spamming it doesn't really have the greatest effect because it does cause the lightning bolts to cease their jumps earlier than they would normally. It's also important to note that any monster that's in between the actual jumps kind of gets hit too, although it's not very common because usually it jumps from one monster to the closest monster nearby, so it doesn't happen very often. And the damage output is not bad at 5,482 per jump. With 46 hits, it actually outputs pretty good damage for only 1 hit. I mean, you literally just tap the monster, and you can literally just watch the mayhem that ensues as it slowly goes back and forth between all the monsters over and over and over again. Now, you notice that it doesn't actually go for 46 hits. And the reason why sometimes it doesn't go for 46 hits is because, number one, there's not 2 monsters to jump. As you can see, it ceased as soon as the second monster died, so it's not going to do any damage to a single target. You need multiple targets there for it to do its damage output. Also, if the monster was hit by a lightning bolt too quickly, in other words, if it's before that 0.4 delay has finished, then the bolt will not jump. It also ceases to jump if the monster is too far away. So if it goes too far away from the original source, it will stop jumping because the monsters are too far apart. As we said, they have to be 13 and 1/3 yards within range. Now, as a visual example, Conviction has a 13-yard radius. So as you can see, he is just close enough to be within the Conviction range. Let me see if I can find some stationary monsters so I can show you just about how far Conviction goes. Frigid Highlands, perhaps, if we got some archers. Okay, so we got the Spear Cats. As you can see, they're currently within the range, but this one is not. So this one is just outside of the 13-yard radius. So the monster has to be within the distance of myself and this guy right here. Otherwise, there will be no jumps. So it is kind of a shortish range ability in those terms. And as long as the monsters are nice and densely packed, you'll get the jumps that you're looking for. Like when we kill Shank here, I can throw 1 lightning bolt up, and you'll see that it just like travels back and forth between everything and murders all the monsters on the screen. But then when it comes to Shank himself, I would rather switch to Charge Strike, which is going to be my higher single target damage output, because it's going to deal way more damage on him versus the others. Now, I've always found Lightning Strike to be an insanely useful ability, just simply because it targets everything for you. It's basically an auto-target ability. All you have to do is make sure that you're using it at the right times, and you don't even have to spam it. So in between the lightning strikes, you can usually just spam Charge Strike. There's absolutely no reason as a Spearzon not to tap Lightning Strike at the beginning of your attack and then continue with your Charge Strike as needed. And I would probably say that you could just alternate between the two. So just attack with charged and then lightning, or lightning and then charged, lightning and then charged, lightning and then charged. And you would probably get the best damage output that way because you would always have the Lightning Strike running, doing its thing in the group of monsters, while the Charge Strike is doing its job killing the tougher single targets. And this is Players 8, by the way. Like, to give you a really good example, the Lightning Strike is obliterating monsters in P8. It's doing an extremely good job of it, too. We could even go to somewhere like River of Flame, and you'll notice that it's pretty much still the same. Now, of course, this is a small group of monsters. So a small group of monsters, Charge Strike. Charge Strike is your friend for the small groups. You want the big groups for the Lightning Strike. You want the ones that have the tons of monsters, so the Lightning Strike can travel all over the place and hit everything nearby, like in insanity. So that you're dishing out damage not to just this monster right here, but also these guys over here, and these guys over here, and so forth and so on. And switching back and forth between the two, you get the better damage output, and you can kill the monsters quicker. That monster was lightning enchanted, by the way. He was immune to lightning, and I just handed him his butthole. These guys are immune to lightning as well. Abyss Knights are always immune to lightning. And even the immune to lightning monsters, really not much of a challenge. In tandem, I honestly think that Lightning Strike is one of the better abilities on this tree. If I had to like rank the lightning abilities, Lightning Fury is definitely number one. It's a density clear tool. It does really good against big giant packs of monsters. And Lightning Strike is by far the second best as far as these two goes. And if you're not using a javelin, you can't use this ability. So if you're not using a javelin, if you're using a spear, like a self-wielded infinity in this particular case, then Lightning Strike is going to be your better AoE damage effect, which puts it at number one for the spear character. It's number two in terms of the javelin character, and you would definitely use Lightning Fury over it. Charge Strike is by far the second best ability in this tree because it is very good single target damage. And while I absolutely love single target damage, it's still single target damage, which is why Charge Strike gets demoted to number two, because it doesn't really do very well in the large groups. But the combination of the two is kind of insane. I mean, as you can see, putting the Lightning Strike up and then using the Charge Strike to finish off the monsters works very well, because you get that initial damage going, which is hitting everything on the screen, and then you follow up with the Charge Strike, which just does absolutely amazing. Not really sure there's much more to go over with this skill. The lightning, or rather the chain lightning on this ability, can't be blocked. It can't be avoided pretty much in any way, shape, or form, except for, I think, Javazon, or your lightning Javazon, or your just Amazon in general avoids. I think the Amazon avoidances can dodge it, but that's about it. This one's kind of a weird one, is that the represented effect doesn't necessarily show you the correct damage output. So when you're watching the lightning travel back and forth between the monsters, sometimes you're going to notice that it doesn't do any damage. And it's not necessarily that it's not doing damage. It's that the game is not accurately showing you what's going on. So a lot of people don't know this about this ability, is that we see the lightning traveling back and forth, and you would assume that that is the pattern that the damage is taking with the lightning. But the truth is that it actually does something a little bit different than what you're seeing on the screen. And so the damage output actually works kind of like on its own behind the scenes. And what it's showing us is just kind of like a light show, something that we can see that doesn't necessarily represent exactly what's going on. I mean, it's something similar to what we're seeing, but it's not exact. And I would imagine even at times, depending on if it's just 1 or 2 monsters, it's probably pretty close to what's actually happening behind the scenes, but it's not what's happening like behind the scenes. It's something else entirely. And I think Chain Lightning in general just kind of works this way because there's so many little things going on in the background. It has to decide which monster it's jumping to, where they're standing, and a lot of the times you will notice there's desyncs that go on. The monsters aren't necessarily standing where you think they're standing. So a lot of the times, the monsters aren't in the correct places that the server is interpreting them as. So when you attack with Lightning Strike, what you're seeing on your client and what's actually happening on the server are kind of different because the monsters aren't really standing in the same places that they are on your screen. Not exactly, anyway. And this does affect who essentially the Lightning Strike is choosing to jump to, because it pretty much always jumps to the closest monster. So if it says that there's a monster close to you, but he's actually like, 13 yards away, on your screen, it will jump to that monster, but on the server, it's not going to jump to that monster. It's going to jump to somebody else. And there's an inconsistency there between the way that the Chain Lightning works, the Lightning Strike works, versus what you actually see. There is also a physical damage component to Lightning Strike, which isn't really too important because you don't really spam it. But it is nice that you can actually hit to get some of that mana back that you're burning. And it does cost 9 mana per hit, which is actually pretty decent compared to the 15 mana cost on Charge Strike. So you do get Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, Deadly Strike, and things like that on the physical hit of Lightning Strike, and that's if you land the physical hit. As far as I am aware, you do not have to actually land the physical hit to get the lightnings to come forth. So you kind of get that for free, basically. But if you're not hitting the targets, you're also not stealing any mana, and as you can see, my mana is at 0. Recently in one of the patches, also, they had reduced the synergy requirements for Lightning Strike, Charge Strike, and Power Strike, which was really awesome. If you take a look at Lightning Fury, you'll see that Lightning Fury has 4 synergy requirements, which is pretty insane. Whereas Lightning Strike and Charge Strike only have 3. Lightning Fury was removed as a synergy requirement for Lightning Strike. And the reason why they did this was because it was too many synergy requirements. Back in the original version of the game, to max out Lightning Strike, it required 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 points to max out Lightning Strike, which was insane. And for a Spearzon who wasn't going to use Lightning Fury, it was really kind of frustrating that you had to put 20 points into an ability that you had no intention of ever using. And that's one of the silly things that they changed in, I think it was 2.4, they changed it, so that now it only requires the 3 synergies instead of all 4. But if you take a look, Charge Strike requires the Lightning Bolt synergy, and so does Lightning Strike. Lightning Bolt is this one right here that requires a Javelin. So even though they did remove Lightning Fury as a synergy from these two, they didn't remove Lightning Bolt as a synergy. So you're still going to end up with 1 useless ability when you max out the damage output on these, which I actually don't have maxed. Let me go ahead and respec real quick, because I want to see the maximum damage output. So to get the maximum damage output, we're going to need to put 20 points into Lightning Bolt, 20 points into Charge Strike, 20 points into Lightning Strike, and 20 points into Power Strike, which gives us a total bolt damage of 7,562. A little bit better than it was before, for sure. And our charge bolt has gone up to 9,230, which is definitely a little bit better. And should honestly help us kill targets even faster now. Let's do a quick check before we end the video, shall we? Of course, these guys are always lightning immune, so it's interesting to see how quickly they die as lightning immune monsters. Just stealing all my mana away. That's right, give me mana potions. Soul rune. It's a soul rune. Take it easy. Get him. I want to see the lightning work by itself. It's so pretty. Don't you poopies pooping on me. I ain't got no mana to attack with. Come here. There you go. Give me that mana potion. Need more mana. Come here. Get punked. Stop stealing all my mana. I need that for stuff. As you can see, mana does become an issue with this build, specifically because the physical damage is rather low, combined with the fact that, well, you need relatively large amounts of mana steal, and you also actually need to be hitting the target, which also comes into play. All of this is something that you have to balance out with your character. So the more your character needs mana, the more you're going to have to figure it out. Javazons, for instance, lightning Javazons have this issue a lot. Lightning Javazons will actually run things like Phoenix, Silkweaves, Valkwing, even Wraithflight for the plus 15 mana after each kill. But it's not something that you have an option with on a Spearzon specifically, so you have to come up with other options. The easiest way, honestly, with a physical damage class is to stack as much mana leech as you can. And honestly, make sure that you're actually hitting the targets, which is a big thing. Attack rating isn't really displayed here for Lightning Strike, so I'm not really sure exactly what the hit chance is for my character. But I'm pretty sure that the physical damage effect does require attack rating. And it doesn't really say. But in any case, you definitely want to make sure that you're building your character in a specific way to counter the massive mana cost of this ability. As you can see with my particular character, I'm just constantly running out of mana all the time. I don't believe I have any mana leech on this character. I got 5% life leech, and I've got no mana leech, which is a pretty sad thing. I probably could work in, instead of a Bull Kathos, probably like a really nice dual leech ring. Maybe even try and work in some mana leech on my gloves would definitely be helpful here. And not really sure. There's definitely some other options as far as mana leech is concerned. Maybe I could even run a meditation merc, seeing as how I don't necessarily need the conviction because I'm running the conviction aura myself, right? Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about Lightning Strike. And as always, keep watching. And next episode is probably going to be a Barbarian skill, so we shall see. I'm glad you guys like my hat. I'm glad you like my hat. My hat's awesome, and I know it is because I got a nice hat and I bought it at Walmart. Meep, 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 meep. So who's winning the poll? Let's see. Who we got? Who we got on this poll? The Barbarian is the main one on the poll. 48% Barbarian, 20% Pally, 31% Assassin, 4% Sorceress. Looks like it keeps changing. Somebody keeps changing their vote. They're not sure what they want to see. They're not sure. You know, if the Paladin users hopped off the Paladin and went to the Assassin, you guys could maybe overtake the Barbarian. I'll give you guys about a minute here while I devour the last of the pretzels to figure out what you're doing. Sounds like you need my cursed D2R video, Josh. The video that doesn't exist. Don't forget I warned you. I warned you. I warned you if you click the link that doesn't exist. Don't click the link. Don't click the link. Don't click it. Don't click it. Don't click. But what do we do, though? What do we do? Find potion? We can do find potion. That's what you all came here for, right? Was find potion? Natural resistance? Iron skin? Actually, I've already done iron skin, haven't I? Poo. Increased stamina? That's what you guys came here for, right? Was increased stamina. Yes. Increased stamina. Increased stamina. It's the best skill in the world. It's going to be like a 2-minute video. Increased stamina. What does it do? It increases your stamina. It also has a synergy with Frenzy. And it beefs up Frenzy. And that's it. And that's all you get. Nothing else. It's just that. That's it. You get some more stamina. Lots of stamina so you can run really fast and really far. Actually, it doesn't make you run faster. It just makes you run far. Where's Mr. Krabs? Thank you for Mr. Krabs. Give me the crab. This is Mr. Krabs, and he gonna play. Get down, get down. He gonna play slaps. You ready? We're gonna play slaps. What's the matter? You don't want to play Mr. Slaps? Come on. Oh, no. Go take Mr. Krabs and be nice to him. Give me this, Mr. Krabs. Give me this. He's back already. Took him 2 seconds. I see you there. You want Mr. Slaps? You want Mr. Slaps? He's coming for you. Mr. Slaps. You gonna get Mr. Slaps. You're messing up everything. You're messing up everything, sir. Now the Mr. Krabs done fell on the ground. Take Mr. Krabs and gut. You go play with him. You go play with him. Yes, I do have a recording explaining the Barbarian masteries already. I did all the masteries as one, and then I did throwing mastery by itself. I've also already done find item. I've already done Grimward. I have already done Berserk. Yes, I've already done Berserk. I've already done Iron Skin. And I've already done Double Throw. So I haven't done Double Swing. I haven't done Frenzy. I haven't done Bash, Stun, Concentrate, Whirlwind, Leap Attack, Leap, Natural Resistance, Increased Speed, Increased Stamina, Find Potion, Battle Command, Battle Orders, Shout, Howl, Taunt, Battle Cry, and War Cry. So we've still got a pretty decent amount of skills to go over with this character. Let's start out easy. Let's just go ahead and do Find Potion first, just for fun. Might as well, we need a weapon so we can actually kill things, otherwise we can't actually utilize Find Potion. So, what do I got in here? I got a Grief, I got a Last Wish. Perfect, perfect. Exactly what I've always wanted. There, Grief and a Last Wish. That should do me nicely. Explain why Grief is second tier? What? What do you want, silly boy? I'm gonna take him out to go to the bathroom real quick. I think he's got to go pee-pee or something. I don't know.
Welcome.
Got myself a delicious cookie. Cody got a biscuit. And he went peepadoodus. So I think we're good to go. It's happening. Dinner, 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 dinner. All right, here we go, guys. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. So now that we've finished the Amazon completely, moving on to the Barbarian now. And the Barbarian has some rather interesting abilities, and I have covered quite a few of them already. So we're going to start out with one of the ones that I haven't covered, which is Find Potion. I know, it's so exciting. It's the most exciting ability that ever existed, right? But Find Potion is one of those abilities that actually kind of has a little secret that a lot of people don't know about, which is that it adds to the Find Item ability. And this makes it actually really, really good to put points into. Hard points, because those hard points do, in fact, increase the percentage chance of Find Item. However, until recently, it was a hidden effect. Apparently, nobody knew that it existed. But it does actually work with Find Item now as a displayed effect. They fixed the tooltip a little while ago. Which means that if you want to beef up Find Item, the best way actually to beef up Find Item is to beef up Find Potion, because Find Potion will give you a massive increased percent chance on Find Item over putting points directly into the Find Item skill. Now, granted, you can also beef up the Find Item skill along with Find Potion, and you will get a massive 73% chance on your Find Item, which is really, really nice. You also get an increase in Grimoird's enemy damage taken for Find Potion. So Find Potion has become the de facto plus skill item. So you definitely want to put hard points into Find Potion. You don't need hard points into Find Item. In fact, you can rely on your plus to skills, and you don't need hard points in Grimoire. You can also rely on your plus to skills. But the massive plus damage taken on Grimoire is insane, because it goes up to 120% increase, which is more than Amplify damage, by the way. And the increase that it gives to Find Item is a massive 20% increase to Find Item. In combination with plus to skills, you can usually get away with only 1 point in Find Item, and you still have a pretty decent effect. But what about this skill itself? What does Find Potion actually do? Well, it does make potions pop out of monsters. It seems to be dependent on the level of the monster, though. So this is something that I've noticed. So if I take this character to normal difficulty, for instance, and I go kill a couple monsters in normal, you'll notice that the monsters in normal don't really give me the same potions as the monsters in hell difficulty. And we're going to test this real quick just to make sure that I'm remembering correctly. So we got a regular juvie. Let's go ahead and just kill a whole bunch of monsters real quick. Alright, and let's pick up all these potions that drop too, because that way we won't confuse those with ones that we're getting from the monsters. Alright, so light healing potion, rejuvenation potion, light mana potion. So as you can see, the level of the monster has a lot to do with what drops. And if we were to take this to, for instance, nightmare difficulty, the potions again increase. So we end up getting potions depending on the level of the monster. It seems to be an M level thing. So the level of the monster seems to directly correspond with the potions that they are capable of dropping. So in nightmare difficulty, we should see an equal increase in the potions that fall. So now we've got greater healing potions, which is the second from the top. And we also get full rejuvenation potions. So instead of half juvies, like we were seeing before, we're getting full juvies. And it goes pretty quickly, and by the time you get to Hell difficulty, every single monster in Hell difficulty should be giving you a super healing potion, a super mana potion, or a full juvie. You shouldn't be getting anything that's not the highest or top tier on the list. And to demonstrate this, let's go kill Eldritch real quick and hork his corpse. Of course, I have it on Players 8. Which I don't need it on Players 8 for this demonstration. Alright, so again, let's pick up all the potions that dropped so we don't confuse those with the ones that we are horking. And as you see, we got a super mana, super healing, and as long as you're horking, you're going to keep getting the super potions. In fact, in general, I tend to get a lot of full juvies too when I usually use find item or find potion. Now, the downside, of course, to using find potion for potions is that, well, you're not using find item on those same corpses. So once you utilize find potion on the monster, they're no longer viable for any other effect. You can't use them for find item, you can't use them for Grimward, the necromancers can't use them for corpse explosions, they can't use them to summon skeletons. Just in general, there is basically nothing that you can do with that corpse once you've defiled it and pulled a potion out of its nether regions. So keep that in mind when you're using find potions. So unless you actually really need potions, it's probably not going to be a good idea. And granted, you probably don't even want to farm these in Hell difficulty, because as we demonstrated very clearly, you can get the same potions, the same good potions from Nightmare difficulty, so you might as well just go to Nightmare difficulty, kill a bunch of monsters in Nightmare, which are far easier. Maybe go to the same Frigid Highlands or something, because there's usually a pretty large number of monsters down here in Shank's zone. Kill everything relatively quickly, and then go through and hork everything for potions. Of course, I still have it on P8. P8 Nightmare, but still P8. And just like that, hork, 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 hork. And as you can see, we've got full juvies, we've got tons of super healing and super mana potions. It's not really the most useful ability, I'm not going to lie. Except for getting the juvies. The juvies is definitely nice, and having an infinite supply of potions is certainly not a bad thing, but it doesn't necessarily help at all in terms of like your finding of items. In fact, it overall hurts your finding of items. And one of the things about find item is that find item also occasionally gives you potions. So like when you're utilizing find item, let's actually play around with this real quick. So let me pick up all the potions just so you guys can see. So utilizing find item, you will get potions from the monsters. It's not always going to happen, but especially from elites, it's one of the monsters that tends to give potions the most, because you get a second set of potions from the elite monsters, which is definitely something that is helpful. It's kind of like a weird thing. Like, say I'm farming Trav, for instance. Trav has tons of super uniques, so every single super unique will give me a double set of potions, whereas the regular monsters won't. So, like, for instance, if I kill Torque Ice Fist here, Torque Ice Fist shattered, so that didn't really help me very much. Geleb Flamefinger. So Geleb Flamefinger gave me an exploding body, which didn't help me out very much either. Little stupid fire enchanted punks. There we go. Ishmael Vilehand. And then we hork him again, and he gives us a second set of stuff with a couple potions here and there. These guys are not really giving us a lot of potions, are they? Let's try another elite monster, shall we? Trying to think of an elite monster I can just kill really quickly. Not really worry about it all that much. Let's go kill good old Fire Eye. He's always there. He'll be there for us when we need him. And of course he was fire enchanted. So here's his potions, right? So he gave us these potions. So we can pick these up. And if we hork him again, if we get the success, so it's only a 73% chance. But if we hork him again for a success, you'll notice he drops us a second set of potions. So you don't really necessarily even need to use Find Potion for the most part, unless you're just desperate for potions. Because as a horker barb who is using Find Item, you're going to get a rather large number of potions from the champions and the elites every time you hork them. So every time you use that Find Item ability, you're going to get a double set of potions from those monsters. And before too long, you're going to be swimming in potions, as well as full rejuvies if you hang on to them. And you can even take the partial juvies and you can transmute them up. So 3 partial juvies transmuted in the cube will make another full juvie, and you can just store juvies. The hardcore characters specifically tend to store full rejuvenation potions the most because, well, you know, they don't like dying, and full juvies are basically like cheat codes. It's like, oh look, my health hit 1, and let me just spam my entire bar of full juvies and survive an encounter that I would otherwise normally have died in, because I have a full belt of full juvies that I can just like mash, be like, no, die. Literally, not even joking. I think that's pretty much everything for Find Item. Find Potion. I don't think there's anything else to cover. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I'm smashing my fist to the keyboard to drink as many potions as I can. And as always, keep smashing your keyboard and drinking your potions. All right, Find Potion is out of the way. Find Potion. We got Find Potion. I'm kind of curious whether I should do Shout, Battle Orders, and Battle Command together, but Battle Command isn't really the most advanced ability. It has, oh look, it gives you +1 skill. Yay. That's literally it. Yay. It's gonna be a really short video. It's gonna be a very short video. Battle orders might be a little bit more intensive because it actually has, you know, life, mana, stamina, blah blah blah. So it actually has some other mechanics. There's also some interesting things about battle orders, like that there's certain things that it doesn't affect. So like life and mana from certain sources is not affected by battle orders. it's yeah. I can't remember all of the things that are not affected by battle orders, but it's a decent amount. Let's see here. Applies to both current and maximum stamina, life, and mana of caster and all allied players, mercenaries, and pets within the area effect. Only applies to base stamina, including that from leveling up, points invested in vitality, and plus maximum stamina items. Only applies to base life, including that from leveling up, points invested in vitality, and plus life items. Only applies to mana, including that from leveling up, points invested in energy, and plus mana items. I could have sworn there were some specific things that that don't. That's right, Josh. It adds a skill. Flute music. It's done. That's the whole video. It adds a skill. Yay! I know there's more to it. See, I feel like I don't want to do battle orders a misjustice by not including the more pertinent information about like what is affected by battle orders and what is not. Like, as far as I know, plus life based on character level is not affected by battle orders. So, like, if you look at my life, you notice I have 2,735. And with the ring, I'm at... Of course, my battle orders wore off literally right as I'm talking. So let's see here. So let's pull up the old calculator real quick to make sure we got this correct. So 2,824 minus 2,774 is 50. So yes, so battle orders is not affecting the life based on character level from the Bull Cathos wedding band. I believe also it doesn't affect the mana based on character level from something like Wizard Spike. I want to say Wizard Spike. Do I have a Wizzy Glizzy sitting around here somewhere? I should have a Wizzy Glizzy sitting around here somewhere. The Wizzy Glizzy, don't you see? We got a Wizzy Glizzy just for thee. We got a Wizzy, a Glizzy, a Wizzy Glizzy. We got a Glizzy, Wizzy, Wizzy. It's a Wizzy Glizzy. Let me just double check this before I continue. I'm trying to remember all the ins and outs of this particular silliness. I don't know why it's not listed on most of the websites either. All right, so my mana with the the Wizzy spike is 421. So I get a total of 198 mana from the Wizard Spike. So 421, and then I cast my Dujinx. I like the sound effects. It's a beat there, man. We're like, All right, so our mana is currently 630, right? So let's take our Wizard Spike and subtract that. So we got 630 minus 404, which means the Wizard Spike is adding a total of 226 mana. It does have an increased maximum mana of 15%, which sounds about right. So 15% of 404, so 404 plus 15% is about 60. So that's actually about right. So it's also not affecting mana based on character level either. So mana based on character level and HP based on character level is not being affected by the Battle Orders command. I can't remember if life, just flat life, because I think flat life and flat mana is. So we have 2,866, and it goes to 2,824. So we definitely are getting a boost to the life charms, but not the life based on character level. How much you want to bet that vitality based on character level is also not affected? What do we have that has vitality based on character level? I know I have something. Something. Yes. Arcane's Valor. Oh, look at my sexy barbarian and his Arcane's Valor. Yes. Ah, yes. Unmistakable. Alright, so we got 49 vitality. There's no actual life on this. There is +2 skills on it, but it shouldn't affect our BO once it's cast. So we are looking at 49 vitality, which 49 vitality gives a barbarian a specific amount of HP. Let's look that up real quick. So the barbarian's attributes per vitality point are 4. So 49 times 4 is a total of 196 HP, which is how much that would give you. We are looking at 3,062 minus 2,866, which gives us a total of 196, which is the exact amount that it gives. So yes, vitality based on character level is also not affected by the effect. All right, so good. We've got a couple items here we can demonstrate these effects with. Hopefully that'll give us a better answer. And I'm gonna go ahead and assume that energy based on character level is probably also not affected. Let's go ahead and pull out the fortitude for demonstration purposes and I think that's pretty much it. We should be ready. Let me go do a little bit of overview on the defense as well. There's really not a lot of information on the shouts at all online. It's pretty crazy. Yes. Yes. All right, I think I got the shout information down too, so we should be pretty much ready here. All right, let's get this one. Let's get this show on the road. Oh, Sharp Din Gaming, thanks for the follow, sir. And for those of you who haven't yet, have you hit the like button yet? Because, sirs, I need you to hit the like button. We need as many likes as possible. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Do 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 do. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. We are going over the Barbarian now, and the Barbarian has a lot of fun skills. 3 of them kind of need to be combined together into one video. Seems like I'm doing that a lot for the Barbarian, but these are the skills Shout, Battle Orders, and Battle Command. These are very specific abilities that are almost always used in tandem, and they also exist on the CTA rune word. The Battle Orders and the Battle Command, but not Shout. These are absolutely excellent for making your character more survivable, and if you max them out, they have a pretty good duration. It will last you for quite some time, and plus they're very fun to use. Add in a little bit of faster cast, and before you know it, you got a beat going. But other than the fact that they sound really cool, they also have other effects for the Barbarian, obviously. The Shout ability, which is the first one that you will find in this tree, increases your defense. The defense that it increases, however, is your base defense, not your defense written in the panel. So it's kind of hard to figure out exactly how much your defense is being increased, because the Barbarian has other skills like Iron Skin, which increases his defense passively. However, when you use Shout, it does not take that into account. It is actually increasing your base defense number before Shout, or rather before Iron Skin actually increases your defense. So the amount that it gives you doesn't really seem like the correct amount, but it is. Especially when you consider the fact that, like, for instance, if I save and exit real quick so that I can remove the effect, you'll take a look and you'll see that my current defense on my character is 4,593. Now, when I cast Shout, Shout has a bonus of 360%. So if we were to run that on a calculator, just for lulz, it would be 4,593 plus 350%, which is going to give us a grand total of 20,668. However, when we go out and we actually use the ability, you'll notice that it only goes to 13,780. So it's not giving us as much defense as we would otherwise think. On top of this, because of the battle command ability, which I feel like we need to go over next, is it gives more defense than what's actually stated. So battle command does only one thing. It gives you an extra plus to skill. It's literally like putting on another like plus to skill amulet or something. It gives you +1 to all skills, including battle orders and shout, which means that whenever you're doing this battle orders, battle command, and shout combination, you always want to do it twice. Okay? And the reason why you're doing it twice is because when you cast your battle orders, or sorry, your battle command, it increases the level of everything else. So then you have to recast everything again to get the enhanced effect of all three abilities. And you notice now my defense is 14,291 versus what it was before, which is not as high. And this is also because Battle Command is also increasing my Iron Skin, which is giving me a little bit more resistances to physical and a little bit more resistances to our elemental damage, right? So we've got +1 to everything, which is certainly very nice. Now, the main problem with Battle Command, Battle Orders, and Shout is that it doesn't last very long unless you pump a lot of points into it. So, for instance, if I go ahead and reset my character real quick, and I just throw 1 point into each one, you'll notice that it only lasts for about 80 seconds, which is pretty pathetic. That's what, a minute and a half, a little bit less than a minute and a half. So it's pretty terrible in terms of duration. And as you level them up, the duration increases depending on the skill. So Battle Command doesn't actually have any increase in what it does. Like, it doesn't give you more plus the skills. So Battle Command tends to be one of the last ones that you're going to level up. Battle Orders gives you life, mana, and stamina, which is absolutely excellent, and it tends to be one of the first ones that you level up. Now, when you level up each one of these, the synergies for the others will automatically increase the duration of everything. So as you can see, I have 270-second battle orders, and I didn't put any additional points into battle command, but now I have 175-second battle command. The second one that you're probably going to want to level up is Shout, because the defense increase is absolutely insane, and it is absolutely amazing to have that higher defense ability, which is also, in turn, going to increase the battle command duration to 280 seconds. And then, after you're finished, you can throw some points into your battle command to get that up higher if you've got the extra points. But 20, 40, 60 is pretty expensive. And it's not too long before you start to run out of skill points. This particular character is cheated, by the way. He has like as many skill points as I want to put in his abilities. And quite honestly, when it comes to these three skills, they are absolutely amazing. Although there are some things that we need to cover about the Battle Orders command specifically. So let me go ahead and throw some points into Strength real quick, and we're going to cover these together. All right. So, Battle Orders increases your life, and it also increases your mana. But there are some things that it doesn't do. First off, it will not increase your life from vitality based on character level effects. For some reason or another, it doesn't work well with based on character level bonuses. And to demonstrate this, I'm going to bring up the calculator, and I'm going to show you specifically that it doesn't work with some of these effects. Because I want you to be able to see that it doesn't work, so that as you're building your characters, you can get a better idea of what it is that you're looking for. Bring old calculator up here. Let me try and I'm going to try and resize this in the center between the two so that you guys can see the life and the mana at the same time. All right, so right now we have 2,963 life, right? So if we take our armor and we put it on, we have 49 vitality, and 49 vitality is 49 times 4, which is 196 life on a barbarian, because they get 4 life per point of vitality. So if we take our life right now, which is 3,159, and we subtract the life without the armor on, which is 2,963, we end up with 196. As you can see, the 196 life that comes from the Arcane's Valor is completely unaffected by the Battle Orders command. However, take for instance this little charmy right here, this 20 life all resistance 5 charm. If we take our life beforehand, which is 3,159, and we throw our little charmy on the ground here, you'll notice we go down to 3,116. So subtract 3,116, and you will notice that we are getting 43 life from the charm, but only 196 from the armor. So we do get the Battle Orders bonus applied to the charm, but not to the based on character level Arcane's Valor. And to prove to you that it's not just the vitality, it also does the same thing for the Bulkathos Wedding Band. So Bulkathos Wedding Band gives 49 life, and when you take it off, you only lose that equivalent amount of life. You can clearly see that I go from 3,159 to 3,110, which is exactly 49 life. So things like Bulkathos and Arcane's Valor are relatively unaffected by Battle Orders. Now, this also applies to mana. So mana, based on character level, is also relatively unaffected by Battle Orders. As you can see here from the Wizard Spike, we have 198 mana with an increased maximum mana of 15%. So this would probably give us around 200 some odd mana, depending on our maximum mana that we currently have. Now, if we take off the item, you'll see we only go down to 415, which is about 200. So we take our 641 and we subtract our 415, and we only have 226, which is about the right amount of mana, because we're getting 198 from the dagger, and then we're getting 15% increase to maximum mana from the dagger as well. So that's about 226, which is exactly how much we get when we put it on. And we don't get any increase from the Battle Orders command when it comes to this particular based on level increase. It seems to be very specifically anything that is based on character level is unaffected by Battle Orders, which is kind of sad because a lot of these based on character level items are just so good. Like Wizard Spike's 198 mana is kind of insane. The freaking 49 based on character level vitality of Arcane's Valor is freaking awesome, right? Fortitude also has the same effect. It has 198 life based on character level, and if we put Fortitude on, you'll notice we don't really gain that much life. So 3,161 life minus 2,963 equals 198. And guess how much life Fortitude gives us? 198. So we're not getting any additional increase from any of these based on character level items. If you want to hit a higher level of HP with a Barbarian, you want to be looking at flat vitality increases, flat HP increases, flat mana increases, not based on character level increases. These really don't do you any good as far as your Battle Orders goes. Now granted, Fortitude is an amazing piece of armor, and that 300% enhanced damage can come in extremely handy, so you might just have to bite the bullet and wear it anyway. But I just wanted to let all you guys know, since you found this video, that these particular based on character level effects do not actually work with Battle Orders. And there's really not a lot more to go over with Shout, Battle Orders, and Battle Command. They're absolutely amazing items, amazing skills. They increase everybody's defensiveness, their life, their mana, and even their skills around you, including your own mercenary, which is actually pretty cool, and can be used to even do like a metal grid iron golem. The Barbarian is one of the few characters that can actually do the metal grid iron golem the best, just simply because they have the ability to beef up the golem's HP, beef up the golem's defense, and keep the golem in a much more survivable state than other characters can. The only other character that even comes close to being able to increase the survivability of his golem is the Paladin. The Paladin can do things like give him salvation, cleansing if he gets poisoned, things like that. Remove his curses. But it's not anywhere near as good as being able to like massively bump up the Iron Golem's life and increase his defense by leagues more than what it normally is. Let's see here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I missed. When it comes to shout, I believe the defense increase is also separate from other modifiers. Like, for instance, if you have the Fortitude armor on, and you proc the Chilling armor when struck. If you're a Paladin and a Barbarian uses shout on you, and you have your Holy Shield running, it is separate from those modifiers. So it doesn't actually work like in combination with them. They're all kind of just modifying the base number, and they add their defense. So like if I have like 2,000 and shout gives me, say like 360%, then it's 360% of 2,000, and that just adds to the total. And Holy Shield is also modifying the 2,000, and Chilling Armor is also modifying the 2,000, and so forth and so on. And you can get some pretty insane defense numbers. It just doesn't stack on top of each other, because that would just be absolutely insane. Like if you could just stack shout, Iron Skin, and like Chilling Armor on top of each other, you'd probably have like 40,000, 50,000 defense, and and just nothing would be able to touch you. And speaking of which, you can pretty much see this written on the character panel. However, a word of warning. The character panel never takes into account level difference. All right, so if a really high level monster tries to hit me, there is a huge penalty involved in basically the my defense, because he's much higher level than I am. And even if it says that there's a 95% chance that this guy is going to miss, you can't really take that at face value, because someone like Uber Diablo, who is a level 110 monster, is far higher level than you, and so he gets extra hit chance because you're a lower level character. And the lower level you are, the more hit chance he gets, to the point of absurdity, and your defense is basically useless. And the same applies the other way around. So if you're a higher level monster and you're running out into a lower level zone, then you will also see that same benefit happen. So you will see the monsters have a really hard time hitting you, even though the numbers aren't quite right. So like right now, I currently have a 51% chance to be hit by invaders. If I were to go to a lower level zone like Nightmare, where the monsters are far lower level than I am, and then hop into, say, Worldstone, these monsters in here are nowhere near my level. And I'll just hit one of them real quick. And according to the panel, it's going to tell me what my current percent chance to be hit by them is, which is average chance a serpent will hit you is 24%. But the actual percent chance that he's going to hit me, because he's a lower level monster than me, is actually a lot lower than that. So he's probably got more like a 10% chance, or maybe even lower, depending on our distance. Trying to think here if there's anything else I missed. I don't think there is. These are pretty simple abilities. I think the only thing I want to end this with is show you guys the CTA. So if you guys have never seen a CTA, I'm going to show you that. And I'm going to go over CTA real quickly in terms of a Barbarian as well. So this is a call to arms. If you've never seen call to arms, it is a rune word that you can create. Call to arms is a rune word that adds battle command and battle orders as an O skill. Notice it does not add shout, so you don't get the benefit of having shout. Plus to skills does work with O skills, so you can make it higher, but the problem is it's only generic plus to skills. So let me give you a for instance here. All right, so here we have +3 Amazon skills, right? And we currently have level 14 battle orders and level 14 battle command. If we take off the Amazon torch, notice we are currently at... of course, I just lost all my plus to skills from my other pieces of equipment here. More strength. There we go. So we are still at level 14. So despite taking off the torch, we do not gain any plus to skills on battle orders and battle command. This is because it has to be raw plus to skills, not generic plus to, or not specific plus to skills like plus Amazon. I have also tested this in the past with a Barbarian torch just for lulz. I put a Barbarian torch on the character to see if maybe it could increase the battle command and battle orders in that way. It does not. So the +3 Barbarian does not work on a non-Barbarian class. Also, Call to Arms does not work very well on a Barbarian itself. And I'm going to show you that here really quickly. So if we take this and we throw this in our shared stash and hop over to our Barbarian, there is some interesting things that go on with the interaction with O skills and the Barbarian itself. So the Barbarian is limited in the number of plus to skills that he can get from an item like this. So if we take this and we put this on the Barbarian, the item has +1 to all skills, and it has +6 to battle command and +6 to battle orders. But if we take a look at our battle orders, we have level 27, and when we put it on, we go to level 31, which is 28, 29, 30, 31. It's only 4, right? It's only 4. So why is it only 4? And the answer is because O skills on the character that own them are always limited to +3. And to further complicate matters, not only is it limited to +3, it is limited to +3 in total over all items. So if you have 2 Call to Arms, for instance, you were to put 1 on your left hand and 1 on your right hand, you would only obtain 3 from the actual O skill. Not 6, with both the 6s being nerfed to 3, and definitely not 12. You only get 3. That's it. So the Call to Arms only works once on the character that it belongs to. You do also get the +1 to skills, though. So the +1 to skills on the item will affect the battle orders because it's a generic plus to skill. So we get a nice +4 instead of +7, which everybody else gets when they put Call to Arms on. Now, it's actually still one of the best in slot items, though, for a Barbarian. Because it's +4, it's very difficult to get a +4 item. So what you normally do is you have 1 Call to Arms and then you have something else. Like, for instance, a +3 bow stick, or maybe a Hoto or something like that. And that allows you to get your battle orders a little bit higher. And in this regard, people do what's called pre-buffing. So pre-buffing is where you have items specifically to pre-buff your Barbarian to get your battle orders and your battle command and your shout as high as you possibly can. So things like a +3 War Cries amulet sitting in your cube to put on specifically when you shout. A helmet specifically designed for War Cries. So usually what people will try to find is a +3 War Cries helmet with +3 to battle orders, +3 to battle command, +3 to shout, any of those combinations. Another good one is to find a white helmet that has +3 to any of the skills, and then put Delirium in it, which will give you +2 for a total of +5. The optimal helmet, though, of course, is the +3 War Cries blue helmet with also +3 to any of the specific skills, if not all of them, which is pretty rare. You can also utilize other small things like, for instance, War Cry charms, Grand Charms. A lot of Barbarians will have some War Cry Grand Charms for pre-buffing. Depending on what kind of Barbarian you are, that might be what you're actually running as War Cry charms. And faster cast does affect it, by the way. So if I go out here and cast my battle orders, battle command without faster cast, it's not really that fast. And if I throw on something like Wizard Spike, you can just see the speed difference, right? I mean, it's amazing. It's not necessarily important that this be a really fast ability, but when you're in the middle of combat and it goes down and all of a sudden your HP disappears, it's kind of nice to have it cast a little bit quickly. And there are certain items in the game that do have faster cast on them for no good reason. Like, for instance, Fortitude has faster cast on it. It has 25% faster cast, which will help out your casting a little bit. And this is one of the reasons why when I was talking about the CTA combo of using Hoto, Hoto has a nice amount of faster cast on it. And so not only does it have the +3 skills that you need to utilize your CTA properly, it just makes a good alternative choice for your other hand if you want to be bougie, because you also get the faster cast, which allows you to cast it faster. And you do have to cast the entire thing 3 times. So you do each skill once, and that gives you the maximum benefit. If you don't do the battle command ability twice, you don't get the maximum duration. And you definitely want to get the duration up, because obviously having it wear off in the middle of combat is not a good thing. I think that covers pretty much everything with this ability. The only thing I think I may have missed is like a generic, like, cheapo pre-buff item. So if you can't afford obviously a CTA and you can't afford a Hoto, one of the easier pre-buff items is to find blue throwing items, which I believe can be purchased from Larzik. I think it's Larzik that sells them, doesn't he? You just kind of shop Larzik and see if you can get the blue throwing items that have +3 war cries on them.
Afternoon.
I could be wrong. Maybe it's not Larzik. I can't remember who actually sells them. Let's try Anya real quick. Let's see if Anya sells them. Mala? It's Mala? Well, it does look like Anya sells them too. But yeah, Mala might be the better choice. I think she sells more than Anya does. But what you can do is you go back and forth between the portal here. And you can shop Anya over and over again, and you can look for the throwing items that might have the plus to skills that you're looking for. You just got to keep going until you find them, and it doesn't take forever. But you also might want to take a look at the stat requirements, though, not just the effects, because some of these do have some pretty insane stat requirements as far as like dexterity and whatnot. So making sure that you find the right one is definitely going to be useful, especially if you don't have very high dexterity. Like maybe you're a cry barbarian, maybe you're a specifically like a war cry barbarian. You might not necessarily want to have any dex, so looking for the lower dex ones is going to be nice. Mala does have a decent amount too, so definitely a good choice. And you just kind of keep going through here and looking over and over again until you find the right ones. You have to leave town for the vendor to refresh, so you basically have to keep doing this over and over again until she has the ones that you want, basically. You can also find them, by the way, so if you pick up all the blue throwing items as you go along, you might find some +3 Warcry sticks. But it's going to take a little while. You may also come across some people that have them for you. You know, like, hey, I found some +3 Warcry javelins, earlier. Do you want them? And then you just, you're like, yeah, I'll take them for pre-buff. Throw them on your alternate hand, use them for pre-buff, and forget about it until you end up with maybe something better like a Hoto on your other hand, so you can use that. Yeah, I believe it's echoing. Echoing, I think, is the +3. Rio is saying Act 4 Hell is better. Let's check Act 4 Hell.
Hail to you, champion.
Well, not him.
What do you need?
Yeah, Halbu's got a pretty decent number there. Of course, we're not going to be able to find one on stream. Another note is that this does not work if other people are in town. So a lot of people don't know this about the refreshing of the vendors, is that if anybody is in town, doesn't matter, anybody, if anybody's in town, when you run out and run back in, it will not refresh. It has to be everyone leaves town, which is why shopping is best done in a single player game by yourself, because otherwise there's no way that you can get them to respawn. And this is going to be boring. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be pretty boring. But getting yourself those +3 Warcry sticks is definitely going to be helpful, because it's going to give you +3, which is 6, and it's going to give you a lot more HP, it's going to give you a lot more shout defense, and it's going to give you a lot more duration on the abilities, so that you don't have to worry about them running out all the time, especially not running out in the middle of combat, which is certainly bad. Now, granted, you can refresh them all the time, but you don't want to be refreshing them so often that you're not doing anything else. So getting a decent duration on them is certainly very, very useful. And still no bow sticks. +5 bow sticks. Takes a while to find +5s. I mean, you'll be able to find +3s before you'll find +5s. That's going to take you even longer. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. So this one's gone on long enough already. It's about 30 minutes for this video. But it was 3 skills. It was 3 skills mixed into one video. So at the very least, it was worth it, right? As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. I'm not going anywhere, Quinton. We're recording videos today. That's what we're doing. That was the BO, Shout, and Battle Command video. Ooh, for those of you who are just joining, let me refresh the notification. So basically what we're doing is we're recording videos live. These are going to be posted later for skills. And so what I'm doing is I start the video, I do the intro, I do the video, and then when I'm finished with the video, I do the outro. And then I stop the recording. So right now I'm not recording anything. And then later on we'll start up another video. We did get Shout, Battle Orders, and Battle Command out of the way. We've already done Find Potion, Find Item, and Grimward. We've already done all the Masteries. We've already done Iron Skin. I guess we could do Natural Resistance. There's not really a lot to talk about with Natural Resistance. It's going to be a quickie. It's going to be a quick one. It gives you resistances. It gives you lots of resistances. The end. Oh, this one's going to be silly. I'm still going to do it, though. It's going to be silly, and I'm still going to do it, and you guys are going to laugh. So here we go. Might as well just get it over with. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at a rather simple skill, and there's really not a lot to talk about it, so don't be surprised with if it's a very short video, because it very well might be. This is the ability Natural Resistance. So Natural Resistance is actually one of the only abilities in the game that just simply gives resistances for free. I mean, it's literally a passive ability that just gives you massive amounts of resistances, and even with just 1 point in it, it still gives you a pretty decent amount with plus to skills. But I'd like to go over this without plus to skills, so let's go ahead and rip away all of my equipment real quick. And I'm going to show you kind of like the path that this particular takes. So let me take off all of my doojinks here. So at level 1, it gives you a very meager 12% resistance. 12% isn't a whole lot, but it's still enough to counter some of your negative resistances in hell. And with just a couple points, you'll notice it goes up to a very nice 21, then 28, then 35, then 40, 44, 47, and so forth and so on. And before too long, it's actually doing pretty good at like 54, 55%. Now, the problem is that eventually it gets to the point where it has some pretty severe diminishing returns. And the first set of severe diminishing returns is level 21. So at level 21, it actually doesn't give you any more resistances. And I'm going to show you this here. Let me go ahead and add on my Bull Kathos. And you'll see that at level 21, we have 68%, right? So surely level 22 is 69%, right? But when we add on our Maras, which is +2, our skill only goes to, well, it's still 68%. So we didn't gain anything. We gained nothing for an additional point. And then if we add another plus to skill, we finally go to 69. So each time you go up in levels past level 20, it starts to get even more diminishing than it was before. At around level 27, it hits 72%, and then at 28, it's still 72%. And at 29, it's still 72%. And at level 30, it's still 72%. And then finally, at level 31, it hits 73%, and it stays 73% at level 32. At level 33, it goes to 74%, and it stays at 74% for quite some time. At level 34, it's still 74%, and at level 35, it's still 74%. And so no matter how many plus to skills you get after level 20, it goes up very minimally, and a lot of the times it doesn't even go up at all, which is really quite unfortunate. And the maximum that you could probably ever get it is probably something like level 50. If you were like really stacking skills and you had like mastery charms and everything. And at that point, it goes up to 78% at its highest possible amount. Now, the thing about natural resistances, though, is that because of these severe diminishing returns, most people will not stack points in it because it's not really worth it. And usually you end up with enough plus to skills that even just 1 point is usually enough to do a pretty hefty amount for your character. For instance, let me just go ahead and drop some points here in my my strength so I can actually wear my equipment. And you'll notice that I'm already at level 6, which is 44%. So a couple points in here, maybe bringing it up to about 61%. I only put about 9 base points, and I'm already at 61. And it doesn't really get much better, unless I want to hit that magical number 69. Oh, 69. But to do that, I would need to throw in 18 points, which is pretty way too much, in my opinion. It's way too much. You don't really get a huge amount of benefit by dumping that many points into it. You would get much better benefit putting it somewhere else. But it definitely is a very effective 1-point wonder, and it's also pretty good if you want to put a couple more points into it. I wouldn't dump 20 into it, but it's definitely worth a couple to reach that point of diminishing returns. And there's really no other character in the game that has such an amazing little thing like this. No other character has the whole free resistances gambit. And barbarians literally get away with murder because, quite honestly, they just have so much nice equipment that they can put on that doesn't really have good resistances, and they don't really have to worry about it because they've got that massive bonus from their own natural resistance ability. Not only do they have natural resistance, they've also got iron skin, which also brings up their defense. They bring up their run speed with increased freaking speed, and then they also bring up their stamina too. They got everything covered here as far as like free stuff. In fact, most people will always put at least 1 point in increased stamina, increased speed, iron skin, and natural resistance, because you literally are, I hate to say this, but you're literally stupid if you don't on a barbarian, because that's how good they are. Like, they are literally that good that just 1 point in each one of them is a no-brainer for any build that you're going to do on a barbarian. It's basically free defense, free resistances, and free run walk speed, and who cares about increased stamina? But you have to put 1 point in increased stamina to get to increased speed. And it allows you to run around faster. Who doesn't like running around faster? Everybody likes running around faster. I think that's pretty much it for this ability. Like I said, it was probably going to be a short one. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright. Natural resistance is a done. It's a done! Now we can move on to something stupid like increased stamina, which is probably going to be even shorter. Yay, increased stamina, guys. I know you guys are super excited about increased stamina. Don't you guys want to learn about increased stamina and all the magical things that it does? It actually does have a new feature. It has something. It does something now. Before it did nothing, but now it does something. I kind of feel like I should combine together increased stamina and increased speed just to save the viewers time. I don't really think there's any reason to have them separate, like, ever, because you're always going to put 1 point in both of them. Yeah, we'll combine them together. I think that's a good idea. We're just going to combine both increased stamina and increased speed together, and we'll talk about both of them in tandem. Honestly, because I just don't really want to make a video on just increased speed, and I really don't want to make a video on just increased stamina. It's probably going to be a 1 minute video. Like, it makes you run faster. The end. Bye. Why did I click on this video again? What the hell is wrong with me? The intro and outro end up longer than the video itself. Yes. Yes. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. So today we're going to be going over another one of the Barbarian skills. In fact, we're going to go over two of them. I'm combining them together because they're both relatively innocuous skills, and I really don't feel like doing a video separate on each one. That is the ability Increased Stamina and also Increased Speed. We'll cover Increased Speed first because it's going to be the simplest of the lot. Increased Speed is an ability that makes you run faster. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, there is a cap on run-walk speed of 150%. So you really don't need above 150%. There are other ways that you could make your character run faster that do not have to do with run-walk speed. So a lot of people don't know this, but there are different calculations for run-walk speed outside of the normal run-walk speed. Things like Frenzy kind of break the run-walk speed mechanics. Vigor breaks the run-walk speed mechanics. Burst of Speed on the Assassin breaks the run-walk speed mechanics. And so forth and so on. There are definitely things in the game that are outside of the regular run-walk speed mechanics. However, this one is literally just the regular run-walk speed that you normally get on a pair of boots. So for instance, let me make sure I got enough strength to wear my boots. As you can see here, I run pretty fast with the 40% base on my boots combined with the very nice 30% on my increased speed. Which makes it a very nice one-point wonder because as you can see by my run-walk speed, I got 40% right here. And then with the 30% base, I'm sitting at 40, 50, 60, 70. So I'm hitting at 70% run-walk. And the thing about this is that the run-walk speed is really just good for helping you get around. You can beef it up if you want to, but it really doesn't go that high. In fact, spending 20 points in this would be a travesty since it only goes up to about 44%, which is terrible. Considering that with just 1 point, you're literally sitting at just like 30% with just 1 point. And that's just with my like meager plus to skills. If you had better plus to skills than what I have, you'd be sitting a lot higher. And at 30 is fine. So that makes increased speed a one-point wonder. You generally don't put much thought into it unless you're building a Sanic the Hooge Hag character, like I like to build. I don't know if you guys have ever seen my Sanic the Hooge Hag character, but I feel like since we're talking about increased speed, I should break out Sanic the Hooge Hag and show you the most ridiculous faster run-walk character you've probably ever seen in your life. He is literally capped on faster run-walk in every shape and form that he can possibly be capped. To the point of absolute ridiculousness. And to give you an idea, I'm going to go build up my Frenzy, and then I'm going to run from literally Shank all the way down to Town. And you're just going to see how ridiculous his faster run walk is. If I can make it through here. Did I put a point in leap? I did put a point in leap. Ha ha ha. This is a max faster run walk character. If you've never seen a max faster run walk character, congratulations. This is your first time seeing a max faster run walk character. He's absolutely insane. He uses every faster run walk modifier known to man, including max increased speed, to make this work. And I'm pretty sure he's faster than a teleport sorceress at this point, which is pretty insane. I don't even think the teleport sorceress would be able to keep up with him. The only downside, though, is to maintain his maximum run walk speed, he has to build his frenzy stacks. The frenzy stacks are something that do take some time. And this is a nice segue into the next ability, which we're going to be talking about today, which is increased stamina. So up until recently, increased stamina was probably the worst ability that had ever existed known to man. Past a certain level, you don't need stamina. In fact, I would say that about level 18-ish, stamina tends to become kind of a non-issue, literally after about level 18. And past that, like when you get to about level 30 plus, you almost never run out of stamina ever. So increased stamina doesn't really make a lot of sense in most regards. However, recently they added a synergy bonus for Frenzy, and it's actually a really nice one, is that for every point you put into increased stamina, you will increase the duration of Frenzy by 0.4 seconds, which is actually pretty nice. And at 20 points, it's going to give you a total of, what is that? Let me calculate it out real quick. So 0.4 times 20 plus the original duration, which the original duration of Frenzy is... Can't even remember what the original duration is. Six seconds. So we're looking at 8 plus 6, which more than doubles our duration to a total of 14, which basically means we have a lot more time to utilize Frenzy. So if you're utilizing Frenzy for other reasons, like for instance, let's say you're utilizing Frenzy with double throw, which is a pretty common tactic, because what happens is you can get the increased attack speed and the run walk speed while you're using double throw to increase the damage output of double throw. So you run in, usually you attack a couple times to build up the Frenzy to its maximum stacks. And if you were utilizing maximum increased stamina, you would have a good 14 seconds before you needed to tap another target to refresh the Frenzy. And this is useful because, well, Frenzy is just extremely awesome in terms of increasing your attack speed. So the faster that you can attack, with something like double throw, the more damage you can output. And as long as your Frenzy stacks are staying up on your character, which is the nice little wispy effect which is around the character, 14 seconds is a hell of a lot longer than 6, which means you're going to be able to use your run walk speed that much better, use your increased attack speed that much better. And that's really pretty much all there is to the increased stamina ability. It doesn't really do anything by itself, and there's no reason to put more than 1 point in it pretty much ever. However, if you were a Frenzy Barbarian and you would like to take advantage of the increased duration, a couple points in increased stamina would be a good idea for that reason, because it's going to allow you to reach that next monster a little bit quicker and allow you to deal a little bit more damage, because you won't have to build those stacks back up again. Because every time you tap a monster, you refresh the stacks entirely. And if you wait until they're completely gone, then you have to spend quite a little while rebuilding your stacks, which is lost damage. I think that pretty much is everything for this. If you want to learn more about the Sanic the Hoochag character, I do have a video up on him. There's actually a couple different versions of him at this point. So there's a cheated version, which is maximum run walk using Hero Editor to try and see just how fast he can possibly be. This is the cheated version. There is also a legitimate version, which is up on my channel if you want to check that one out, which literally involves the use of just whatever items I could get my hands on that would have faster run walk to get him as high as he possibly can go. That legitimate version is actually pretty cool, and you might want to check him out if you're interested. He does utilize things like blaze boots, every single run walk item in the game, like Mavina's belt. This particular character, he is actually running, 3,892% faster run walk right now, which is absolutely insane. And that's not even all of it, because he also has Vigor Aura. He has Burst of Speed charges. He has the Blaze Boots, which have level 63 Blaze to give me the highest run walk speed bonus that I can possibly get out of them. On top of that, he's also using Frenzy, which gives him a very nice 176% bonus to run walk. All of this combined together is making the absolute beast of a run walk monster that you see. But believe it or not, the legitimate version is actually pretty close to this speed. Very, very close, in fact. It's not really that much faster on this guy than it does on the other. I swear he looks like a freaking Looney Tune character. Like, sometimes it looks like he's running in place. Like, he's like... and then he just starts going. Like, he's like stopped for a second and he's just running way too fast for health. Like, look at his little feet going. His little feet. This isn't even his max speed, by the way. He goes faster than this. In fact, it's actually pretty funny because if I go outside of town, I build my stacks and I let the blaze modifier build up. That's my in-town speed. It's stupid. I know. This is a stupid video, and I might as well show you something stupid while we're doing it. So, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. All right. That pretty much covers all of the combat masteries tree, right? We got that, we got that, we got that, we got that. We did all the masteries already. Those are all done. We could work on some of the cries, I suppose. We already did everything on the right. We already did the combat shouts. So we've got Howl, Taunt, Battle Cry, and War Cry. Interesting. War Cry is an interesting one. It's the pretty much the only damage shout, and it does work kind of cool. I'm kind of curious. We could do Howl. I don't see any reason why not to do Howl. We'll play around with it. It does have some uses. It's also a synergy for several abilities. Berserk. It's a synergy for Berserk, which is actually kind of interesting. Let me go ahead and respec this guy into a Berserk setup. Balzerker. He's a Balzerker. I got a better weapon I can use besides this piece of junk. Oh yeah, I can swap out the legend sword into the main hand. That should work. It's not going to be the most amazing thing in the world, but it'll be alright.
Not in town.
Alright, let's reboot this game real quick, because we already killed Shanky Poo. Or did we kill Shank? I don't even know if we did. In fact, let me go grab the grief real quick so I can actually kill some stuff here. Oh, that's interesting. Something I didn't know about Howl. Wow. Alright. That's quite a little tidbit of information there. We can go over that when we're talking about this stuff. All right. I think we're pretty much ready to talk about Howl. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at a rather innocuous warcry called Howl. Howl actually has some very interesting uses that actually make it pretty sexy to use. It is one of those abilities, though, that you won't see get used all of the time, but in the specific scenarios where it is useful, it is actually really useful. And I'm going to show you kind of a situation, not really the exact situation, but close to what you would be looking at with the use of Howl. So what you're doing is you're picking out targets. Howl works on trash mobs. It doesn't work on elites. It doesn't work on bosses. It doesn't work on champions, okay? So what you generally use Howl for is to isolate a boss away from his minions. So let's use Shank as an example here, and let's say I wanted to isolate Shank. I would utilize Howl to push the monsters away from Shank, and then kill Shank, which is pretty easy to do. Shank is not really the hardest monster in the world, but you can literally just spam Howl every now and then and utilize that for that reason. Now, there are a couple things that you have to know about Howl, though. It makes them run away for a certain number of yards. So once they hit the maximum number of yards, they come back. So it doesn't necessarily make them all run away forever, but it gives you plenty of time to pick out Eldritch, for instance, in the middle of a group and just simply run away. Picking out trash mobs is probably one of the best uses of this particular ability, but the absolute best use of Howl is in the Uber Tristram area. So the Uber bosses, Uber Mephisto, Uber Baal, and Pandemonium Diablo that reside within Uber Tristram are constantly summoning forth trash mobs. Diablo summons forth the Pit Lords, Baal summons forth the Ghosts and the Ghoul Lords. Mephisto summons forth all the little skeletons and everything. And so what you do is as a barbarian who goes into the Uber Tristram, your goal with Howl is just to shout the monsters away. You don't need them near you. You don't need to fight them. They don't give EXP, and they don't give any items. So there's no reason to kill them, and if you can avoid killing them, then why not? So basically, you're just going to sit there and you're going to spam Howl, which is going to force all the monsters away from you. As a good example, like let's go into Worldstone here, and if I run down here, I can just go like this, make all the monsters run away from me, and they generally can't do anything. So in the Ubers, when you're fighting the Ubers, you can be generally very safe while utilizing Howl while you're taking on the bosses. There is a hierarchy, however, to the flea effects. So I'd like to go over that real quick. This is something that that you have to know if you're dealing with multiple flea effects, which is not really usually an issue, but sometimes can be. So hit causes monster to flee actually overrides Howl. Howl is actually the lowest priority on the flea list. So there is actually 4 different flea skills in the game. Grimward, Howl, Terror, and hit causes monster to flee, which is the one that's on items. The hierarchy for those is that Grimward always takes precedence over everything else. Then it's Terror, which is the Necromancer Curse. Then it's Hit Causes Monster to Flee, and Howl is the very last of them. Which means that if you have anybody else in there who is using Terror effects, even if they are worse than yours, like for instance, maybe you have somebody that has a Hit Causes Monster to Flee on their weapon, the Hit Causes Monster to Flee will override your Howl, and may or may not put your life in danger because you're relying on that Howl to keep you safe. It does work very well in the Ubers, though, because unfortunately Grim Ward, which is the superior, like, terror effect, doesn't work in the Uber zone. And there's a reason why it doesn't work in the Uber Zone, because there's no corpses. So when you're in Uber Tristram, you don't have any corpses to build your Grim Ward out of. Grim Ward would be 100% superior to Howl in Uber Tristram if there were any corpses for you to use. But unfortunately, there's not. Now, at low levels, Howl actually doesn't really have very good range. And on top of that, it also doesn't go very far. So it's kind of important to take a look at this in its lowest form as well. So if we just put 1 point into it, you will notice that it really doesn't go very far at all. It has a very short radius, and it also has a much lower run away time. So 26 yards versus the very high 86 when it was maxed out, or 89 when it was maxed out. So you might be asking, why the hell would you ever max it out, though? And the answer is because it's a synergy to Berserk. So Berserk has a 10% magic damage per level from Howl. So if you want to get the highest magic damage from Berserk possible, Howl makes sense. It's something that was recently changed because it used to be Shout, which was the defense, but Berserk takes all your defense away when you use it, so it didn't make any sense for it to be Shout, because it was kind of cross purposes. You're like, okay, I have this ability that gets extra damage from Shout, but Shout is giving me defense, which is absolutely useless for Berserk. So they changed it to Howl, which made a lot more sense, and now you can utilize Howl to make the monsters run away, which is obviously very helpful, because you have 0 defense, and it would be nice if they weren't, murdering you. All in all, I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to Howl. There's really not a lot more going on with this particular skill. It makes the monsters run away, and it doesn't make bosses run away. So you can utilize it for very specific purposes like Uber Tristram. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright, so there's Howl. Howl's out of the way. We don't got to worry about that one anymore. I guess we could cover Taunt. Taunt. Taunt is an interesting skill. It's too bad it doesn't really work on bosses. I don't think it works on bosses, does it? We could always play around with it. Isn't Taunt one of the synergies for Frenzy? Yes, it's a synergy for Frenzy. So let's go ahead and build a Frenzy build real quick.
Not here.
You have quite a treasure there in that heroic cube. That wasn't sure what she was going to say, I know. Little known fact for you guys and gals out there who are watching. I actually built a taunt barbarian back in Classic. It was something. It was something. I built a taunt barbarian, and I thought it was the best thing ever. And I would sit there right before I went into combat, and I would just taunt everything, and then I would run in and I would start attacking them, and they couldn't do anything to me because taunt, it takes away most of their damage and their attack rating. So it was like they were just, poop their poopies. They couldn't do it. They couldn't hit me, and I would laugh because they couldn't hit me. And I don't know why I thought it was so funny, but yeah. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So I'm gonna refresh the monsters real quick before I get started. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. So today we're going to be going over another shout. Let's see if we can clear out all the shouts, the Warcry tree. This one is called Taunt. A long time ago, I actually built a Taunt Barbarian. The whole Barbarian was based off of Taunt. It was silly. And it worked kind of cool, actually. This particular ability is a synergy for Frenzy, though, so it does give a very nice 8% damage per level on Frenzy, which goes up to, obviously, 20 times 8. And it can be very nice to beef up Frenzy if you're going to be a Frenzy Barbarian. Taunt does not work on bosses, but it does work on normal monsters and minions. And what it does is it causes them to have a huge decrease in their attack rating and their damage output. So as you can see right now at level 24, I am sitting at a negative 51% attack rating and negative 51% damage. It also has some other interesting effects, specifically on monsters that are mainly ranged. And I'd like to see if I can find some of those real quick just for examples. I need... so, for instance, here we have some mages. The mages are ranged monsters. If I use Taunt on the ranged monsters, they will walk toward me. Notice that even though they are ranged monsters, when I taunt them, they have to come into melee range and fight me. This can be extremely useful for monsters like Glomes, or any other kind of critters that are mainly ranged monsters that you kind of have to chase around. So keep Taunt in mind when you're dealing with these nuisances that just kind of like travel all over the place. As you can see here, here's a Glome, and I was able to taunt the Glome into melee range, making it a lot easier for me to deal with the Glomes. Granted, it doesn't work on some monsters, so like champions and elites, it's not going to be able to get those champions and elites nearby, but at the very least, you can force the Glomes into melee range. Another thing that you have to notice here is that the Glomes are no longer firing lightning. This is an interesting side effect of Taunt, is that it forces the monsters into a melee stance, which means that if they do not have a melee ability, they become useless. Specifically for Glomes, this is absolutely great because you can stop the Glomes entirely from casting their lightning abilities as long as you have them taunted. Now, sometimes when it comes to Taunt, the monsters will revert back to their original AI even if they are underneath of the Taunt ability, and this usually has to do with hitting an obstruction. So if you taunt a monster and they hit an obstruction on their way to you, sometimes they will stop and revert to their normal AI programming. And this is unfortunate, especially for Glomes, because that means that they're going to start shooting lightning bolts again. But the only thing that you have to do to prevent them from shooting lightning bolts is to go back and taunt them again. And as you can see, it is extremely effective on the Glomes. The Glomes become relatively useless while underneath of the taunt effect, and there is a huge number of monsters in the game that are like this. Take, for instance, the Spear Cats in Act 2. I believe there's Spear Cats in Dry Hills. Of course, those are the whip cats. We need the spear cats. Here's the potion cats, which are pretty much the same thing. Now notice the potion cats will run within melee range, but they still fire their potion. Which is, you know, it's just something about each individual monster's AI works differently. So it doesn't always work out the way that you would like, but you still are forcing them into melee range. Even the little carrion birds that love to run away from you on a regular basis will come over and say hi. And this is absolutely great because you can force them into combat. There is an item now that was added into the game that has taunt on it. It's the new rune word Unbending Will. And if you want to take a look at Unbending Will, I do have a video up on that already. But it has the ability to taunt on striking, essentially. So as the monster, or as you're attacking, you can get free taunts on the targets. It is actually a pretty good one for mercenaries, and I don't have it on me right now. But it's actually pretty cheap, too. And I think I can bring up the recipe in chat here. And it should appear on the chat window. Come on, bot, do your thing. Do your thing. Did I type it in wrong? Unbending Will. I think I typed it in right. Bot doesn't want to do anything today. There we go. So it's Foul, Io, Ith, Eld, El, and Hell. Which is a pretty cheap recipe. It does require a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was it 6 or 5? 6 socket sword, which might be a little bit hard to come by the way. But if you want to check it out, I do have a YouTube video on that as well. Now, taunt is not really something that you're going to be using as a main ability. Because it doesn't work on bosses and because it doesn't work on elites or champions, it's not really going to be like super duper ridiculously useful in all scenarios. But as you can clearly see with the Gloam example, it does have specific usefulness. And if you already have points in it because you're utilizing, you know, Frenzy, or maybe you have 1 point in it because you went down to Warcry or whatever it is that you're utilizing, it's useful to have it on the bar as a button that you can press occasionally, especially when you come across those packs of ranged monsters to force them into melee so you don't have to chase them all down one by one. And certain ranged monsters that don't have a melee attack are actually completely killable. Like you basically completely neuter them as characters. And with the Gloams as an example, the Gloams stop shooting lightning when you taunt them. So taunting the Gloams is one of the best defensive things that you can do to them. The only other thing that's even close is blinding them. But in my opinion, taunt definitely works better than blind, because while blind does stop the Gloams from shooting lightning, it doesn't bring them to you. Whereas the taunt not only stops them from shooting lightning, it brings them within melee range and lets you beat the crap out of them and kill them, which I feel like is arguably better than blinding them. There's really not a whole lot more to go over with this particular ability. I mean, bringing down the monster's attack rating and bringing down their damage definitely does make them a lot less of a threat. However, since it only works on trash mobs, it's not going to get as much use as you would think. The majority of the really like deadly monsters in the game are usually elites and champions. Things like extra strong, extra fast, fanaticized Death Lords. And since it doesn't work on the Death Lords, it's not really going to do you a huge benefit there. You can use it on the minions of the Death Lord. So you can use it on his minions, which will definitely help a little bit, but it's not going to help you with the boss itself. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and join me for the next one as we go over Battle Cry. Alright, so that one's out of the way. Battle Cry is a little bit more interesting. Isn't Battle Cry on the new Barbarian mercs? I think Taunt is on one of the mercs too. It's on the two-handed one, right? Which I probably could have added in. Yes, taunt is, oh no, taunt is on the frenzy merc, and battle cry is on the two-handed merc. Of course, taunt is the synergy. Taunt is the synergy for frenzy, so yeah, that makes sense. Is battle cry the synergy for bash? It is not. It is not. What is the synergy for battle cry? I'm kind of curious. War cry. Okay. Nothing. So war cry is really the only synergy for battle cry. So if you wanted to build battle cry specifically, you're probably building war cry, so you're a war cry barbarian. Interesting. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It's got a very small radius, doesn't it? Yeah, very small radius. Ooh, that is tiny. That is a tiny radius. It's very tiny. At least it lasts for a good full minute. It's not terrible on the duration.
Hello.
Alright, let's do this video, get this one over with, and then we can work on the beautiful war cry, which is an interesting ability, for sure. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Barbarian shout known as Battle Cry. Battle Cry has also been added, by the way, to the Barbarian in Act 5. If you take a look, the Bash Barbarian has Battle Cry in his repertoire, and it's a pretty high level too. It's level 23, which is about the same level as mine right now. So if you are interested in Battle Cry, even if you're not a Barbarian, you can utilize the one on the Act 5 Barbarian. Battle Cry has some very interesting effects on it. Most notably is the enemy defense subtraction. So enemy defense is actually really powerful in that it completely negates the monster's defense. So for instance, with negative 94% enemy defense, you're looking at basically zero defense on most targets. So you don't even really need that much attack rating to actually hit anything. Take for instance, let's go to River of Flame. And let's grab a monster. And we got a couple of monsters. Now, Battlecry has a relatively short distance that it travels, so you do have to be kind of close to the monsters for them to get hit. The little effect is considered a curse, and it will overwrite other curses. However, there's also a little known fact about this ability is that it actually affects a lot of monsters that can't be cursed, because it doesn't actually technically reside in the curse category. So not only does it affect the regular monsters, it also affects monsters that are uncursable. The negative 94% defense allows us to hit the targets basically for free. We don't have to worry about any kind of defense effect that they might have. This effect also works on bosses. It is something that has a reduced effectiveness, though. So it is half effectiveness versus bosses. So instead of 94%, we're looking at, what is it, 40... 6, 7, 47% or something like that. I can't remember exactly. My quick math is terrible. But it's still extremely effective versus bosses because of the negative defense that it offers, which means you'll have a much easier time hitting those monsters. In fact, let's see if we can find some elites real quick. Let's go to Fire Eye real quick. Why not? I like picking on him. It's fun to pick on Fire Eye. So here we have a group of elites. So we have Moonshield and his little minions. And we've brought basically all their defenses down to basically nothing. But as you can see, when my life tap procs, it overrides the life tap. And if I proc it while life tap is up, it will override the life tap and vice versa. This is kind of a downside, in my opinion, a pretty big downside. Because in general, when it comes to curses, especially as a melee character, you kind of like to have your amplify damage, your decrepify, your life tap, and things like that are definitely going to be a little bit more important than battle cry, which is not going to really help you out very much. But versus bosses and things like that have extremely high defense, like for instance the Ubers, which are very high defense monsters, battle cry can actually come in handy to help make sure that you're landing your hits where you otherwise might not be able to. The negative enemy damage is decent, but it's strictly physical damage, and it's not going to help you very much versus the elemental damage attacks. And on top of that, you have to be really close to use it. As you can clearly see, it's not like I can just like portal in and immediately start spamming it on all monsters nearby. It has to be monsters that are directly near me. And once it's up, it does last for a pretty long period of time, so it's not like you have to spam it on them over and over again. Just a once or twice cast. Specifically, though, I don't really see the Barbarian himself having a lot of issues with defense, with attack rating. So I can't really say that this would be like the most amazing thing specifically for Barbarians. On the Barbarian Merc, though, it could come in handy for classes that do come into attack rating issues. But the main thing that I'm thinking here is that it doesn't really hit a lot of monsters. It's not like Inner Sight, which hits like everything on the screen. It's more or less just a small little debuff that you can apply to the monsters in your immediate area. And because of that, it doesn't really have the same kind of usefulness as everything else. I would almost like to see Battle Cry become more of a larger radius ability to kind of make up for the fact that it doesn't really have a whole lot going for it. There's no synergies involved really with the ability except for Warcry, and you would have to specifically be a Warcry Barbarian for that to be useful. But then the other thing here is that Warcry has no attack rating or defense concerns. So why specifically pair Battlecry with Warcry when it would be a much better pairing with a melee ability, something that actually does require attack rating? I'm not exactly sure what, right off the top of my head. Maybe Whirlwind. It could be an interesting synergy for Whirlwind. It could be a much more interesting synergy for Double Throw or Double Swing, Bash or Stun. I mean, any of these things, honestly, probably would have a much better time than Warcry. And Warcry could have something else be a synergy with it. I'm not really sure exactly what, but I don't really feel like Battle Cry is the right cry for Warcry synergy, because it doesn't really give it any benefit whatsoever. Taunt, at least, can be useful to a Warcry Barbarian to bring everything nearby so that you can, obviously dish out more damage, because the closer they are, the better. Whereas Battlecry, on the other hand, it doesn't really do anything for the Warcry Barbarian. I don't really think there's much more to go over with this particular ability. It's not really a very complicated ability, and honestly, I don't think it's really that great of an ability either, unless you just really need that negative defense on your character. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright, so that's pretty much it for that one. Can you dual wield Unbending Will? Yeah, you can dual wield Unbending Will. It has to be either in a Colossus sword or a Phase Blade, I think. And it would have to be on a Barbarian, obviously. Zvorkrai. Bum 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 bum. I'm going slightly insane, by the way. I think I need some pretzels. I need some sanity pretzels. Ah, yes, the sanity pretzels. Plus 6 to what? What are you plus 6 into? Plus 6 to combat skills? Yeah, plus 6 to combat skills would be nice. Unbending Will is a new rune word. It's a pretty decent little rune word. It's relatively low level, too. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I don't think it's like the best rune word in the world, but it's a very nice one. Especially considering it doesn't really cost very much. The most expensive rune in it is a foul rune, and foul runes are pretty common. IO rune is also in there, but IO runes, honestly, I usually have so many IO runes I don't even know what to do with the damn things. So at worst, you need 2 fouls and 2 IO runes, and everything else is common trash, basically. Here is the church. Here is the steeple. Open the doors, beware the people. Here they are. I wonder if dogs like magic tricks. Start doing magic tricks for my dog. A Unbending Will would definitely be a good choice. Try and find yourself a what is it? Colossus Blade? I think it's Colossus Blade. There's two swords, and I always mix up the two of them because one is a 5-socket and one is a 6-socket, and I always mix up which one is which. The Colossus Blade is the 6-socket. So find yourself a really nice blade, Colossus Blade, and it doesn't have to be 6 sockets. If it's plain, you can Larzik it to 6 sockets, and then you can add your runes in there. Or if you find a 6-socket Colossus Blade, you can use that as well. It's a pretty good little base. Depending on what level you are, if you're a lower level character, you can also go with the Nightmare version, which is the Executioner's Sword. The Executioner's Sword is, I believe, also capable of 6 sockets. I could be wrong. Let me look it up real quick. Yes, it is also capable of 6 sockets. So if you're a little bit of a lower level character and you're just trying to get a decent weapon, you could also make an Unbending Will and an Executioner's Sword if you find a 6 socket Executioner's Sword. I would probably not make a Unbending Will and a Phase Blade or a Dimensional Blade. I don't really think that's a good choice, just in general. It's a pretty trash choice, in my opinion. You want to fight, Cody? You want to fight? Let's fight. Ready? Fight. Oh no, here it comes. He said, I'm coming. You want to fight? Let's do it.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, gotcha the headlock. Oh no, what you gonna do? Oh no. Oh no. Don't pull the microphone.
How did that sound? Did you hear him eating the mic? Because I'm pretty sure he actually chewed on it while it was on. So I'm pretty sure you got a mouthful, literally. He said, what's this? That was very slimy. It does feel a little wet. It does feel a little wet, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, Warcry it is. Let's do some Warcry, shall we? It was detailed smacks and crunch. That's right. Detailed smacks and crunch. I'm glad you were here. Okay, I'm glad you guys were here to hear that. You want to fight again? I think I won last time, but let's go. What's this? Look at this all torn up. Look, you broke it. You broke it. What are you going to do? Why are you breaking your toys like this? That's rude. That's rude to break your toys. Then you're not going to have no more toys if you break them all. You're not going to have no more toys if you break them all. You're not. They're all going to be gone. I'm gonna throw them in the trash because they're gonna be choking hazards. We don't do no choking hazards. See, look, you done broke it even more. Now it's double broke. And I threw it right in the trash too. All right, let's get this Warcry video knocked out so we can move on to some of the melee abilities. We haven't really done any of the Barbarian melee abilities, have we? We haven't done leap or leap attack or whirlwind. We haven't done bash, stun, concentrate, double swing. I don't think we've done frenzy either. Pretty much none of the combat skills have been done. What do you want? You're so needy. Go get your Mr. Crab. Where's your crab at? Where's Mr. Crab? Where is he? That's not Mr. Crab. Where's Mr. Crab? No, I want Mr. Crab. Where's Mr. Crab at? Don't you nudge me, nudger. I hope y'all enjoy me fighting with my dog. I hope y'all enjoy it. All right, let's get this show on the road. Dog or no dog, we cannot be stopped. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at a pretty sweet little ability that actually some people have built entire characters around, and that is known as Warcry. So Warcry is a kind of a weird ability because it is technically considered a spell, which means it is affected by faster cast rate, and you can get the faster cast rate up pretty high with this particular ability. In fact, let me go grab a Wizzy Spike, a Wizzy Glizzy, and throw that on this character too, so that I can show you the difference between, like, for instance, having 50% cast speed and having basically nothing. So I got a Wizzy right here, a little Wizard Spike. And there's a lot of little things about Warcry that you have to know if you're going to build a Warcry Barbarian. The first off is that it is physical damage. It is not a spell of any kind. It is actually physical. And it is, unfortunately, very physical in that physical immune monsters will completely stop the damage entirely, and you'll do basically nothing. On top of this, it also has a lot of synergies. So if you are going to build Warcry, you've got to invest 20 points in the skill, 20 points into Battle Cry, 20 points into Taunt, and 20 points into Howl, which is going to give you a pretty massive skill requirement here of 20, 40, 60, 80, which is going to use up most of your points. There is a little bit of a benefit, though, is that because Howl is a synergy with Berserk, if you would like to add a little bit of Berserk into your build, you can actually get a pretty decent level of Berserk by having that 20 points into Howl, because it's going to give you 10% per level. So 10, obviously, times 20, so you get about a 200% bonus to your Berserk damage from the synergy for Warcry. So you might want to at least put 1 point into Berserk for that reason. And then on top of that, you also get another 10% per damage level from Battle Orders, which you're probably also going to get as a Warcry Barbarian. So it kind of makes sense as a Warcry Barbarian to at least put 1 point into Berserk, since you have so many things that are going to give synergy bonuses to that ability. Now, Warcry itself does have a stun on it of 1 second, and as you level it up, you will notice that the stun does increase very nicely, and it goes all the way up to the point where it's about 10 seconds at level 46. It doesn't go any higher than 10-second stun. And if you're going to build a Warcry Barbarian, you're probably going to get this as high as you possibly can. As you can see right now, it's only about 1100 damage per cast. And we would definitely want to get that higher if we were going to use that as a main ability. It's not a very, far ability. It doesn't go very far. It's actually quite small. The range of it is actually only about 3.3 yards. 4.6 yards, which is very small. However, because it stuns, it's actually pretty easy to get the monsters to kind of, group around you. And as you can see here, it's definitely a lot faster with the Wizard Spike than without it. So as a Warcry Barbarian, you tend to build cast speed, and anything that gives you cast speed is probably going to make it into your build. And if it has cast speed and plus the skills, it's even better. Suicide Branches would make very good low-level items, because they give you a pretty massive amount of cast speed along with +1 to skills. So here's Eldritch right here, and as you can see, I can pretty much just lock stun the entire group, except for Eldritch. Eldritch doesn't get stunned, but the entire group does, and I'm not really in much danger here, because nothing around me is really getting hurting me, because they're all nice and locked in a permanent stun loop. You can increase the damage of this pretty exponentially by using the ability Grim Ward. Grim Ward, what it does is it actually increases my damage output with physical damage by quite a bit. So you'd have to put the synergy into Find Potion. And let's see here. We would have to obviously create a totem. And once the totem is up, everything will be very, very, very nicely damageable by my physical attacks. And to give you guys a more accurate example of this, let's go down here to Shank. Let's kill one of these little demon imps. Cast our totem. And you can see that our damage output is a lot higher with the Grim Totem up than without it. And this is due, in fact, to the fact that we get a nice negative 120% to the monster's physical resistance while Grim Totem is active. Very much so better than even Amplify damage in this regard. Because since we're dealing out physical damage, we need ways to enhance that physical damage. Now, unfortunately, Grim Totem doesn't work on bosses. So despite the fact that we have our Grim Totems up, Shank is not going to receive that 120% increased. And then in this regard, Amplify damage and Decrepify are superior because they do work on bosses, whereas Grim Totem does not. The stun effect is actually really nice, obviously, because you have the ability to just stun every monster nearby. And once you reach that 10-second stun mark, I mean, honestly, you can literally just spam it on multiple targets and lock down entire groups. You also have a lot of utility with Warcry. So you've got the Battle Cry, the Taunt, and the Howl commands, which are all going to be maxed out because that's what's required to get the most damage out of Warcry. And you might as well get the most use out of them. So Howl is going to make everything run away, which is extremely useful in Ubers and for picking out specific bosses because it doesn't make the bosses run away. Taunt is extremely useful for making monsters come to you, and in fact will overwrite even monsters like Gloams and force the Gloams to come to you. We covered this in the last video when we were doing Taunt. But if you haven't seen it before, let me give you a quick update because this is something that you're going to be taking advantage of as a Warcry Barbarian. And of course we don't have any Gloams here. Never any Gloams when I want them. Check World Stone. And there we go. So here I want to show you if I can actually survive this. Oh no. Too many Gloams. Too many Gloams. Always too many Gloams. Are you staring directly into my... Would have helped if I probably put some points into HP, which I didn't do. Always forgetting the HP pool. So here we have the Gloams here, and notice they're casting lightning on me, right? Well, if I cast Taunt on them, they no longer shoot lightning. No, I'm still slowly dying. No, stop casting taunts. Now, of course, my life tap is overriding the taunt. And this is also kind of a downside of the ability. I'm stuck in the middle of about 1,000 monsters. This character's set up for speed, by the way. This is Sanic the Hoochang. He's not set up for damage output. So with Warcry, you do have a plethora of other abilities which you can utilize, and you will usually also build Warcries. So for instance, if you're building like Warcry Charms, you have lots of plus to skills. Maybe you're even building things like a really nice off-buff set so that you have even more Warcries. You can usually get extremely high battle orders, extremely high battle command, and extremely high shout. And this means that you generally have a very high amount of skills in this category. So you also have really good shouts usually as a Warcry Barbarian as well, which means you have pretty good HP, you've got pretty good mana, And, you know, you're just, in general, you're doing pretty good. And not only that, but the Find Item, Find Potion, and Grimward are also within this tree, which means that when you build your War Cries, you're also going to have a pretty healthy amount of Find Item as well, which means your War Cry Barbarian is probably going to end up being a Find Item Barbarian as well. There's really no getting around it. Just putting 1 point in Find Item is going to give you a huge plethora of plus to skills in this category, and you're going to end up with like level 25 Find Item with a 1 point investment, which is absolutely amazing. So in general, with this particular build, you have a whole lot of stuff that you can potentially do once you get everything built and satisfied. Now, it's not going to be like the most amazing, ridiculous killer, but everything is going to be stunned, and you have tons of other things that you can be doing as well. Like I pointed out earlier, you can put 1 point in Berserk, which will help you with the physical immunes. And since you're already building 2 of the literal synergies for Berserk, the damage on it should be pretty good. You could maybe have like a Grief or something on the other hand, specifically for Berserking. You also get the very nice Find Item benefit as well, and the very nice Shouts. And the utility of the Taunt and the Howl, which can definitely help you out when you're doing Ubers or when you're fighting Gloams. All of this together makes for a very strong build that, you know, it's just kind of like a Paladin, like a Swiss Army knife character. You've got literally like a button for everything. There is a pretty big issue with Warcry, though, and it's involved in the mana cost. So the mana cost of Warcry is kind of insane, and if I were to sit here and just spam Warcry... let's see here. You can see that even with like 2,000 mana, which has some pretty insane regeneration rate at 2,000 mana, I'm still burning through it extremely fast. And most barbarians are not going to have 2,242 mana. This is a hero edited in character for testing purposes. So when you play this character on an actual real build, what you're going to find is that the character has a lot of issues maintaining that mana pool, because Warcry just has an insane mana cost. At its highest level, which is probably obtainable around like level, I want to say like 46, 48, that's usually about where you can usually get skills. It's almost about 50 mana per cast, I believe, which is kind of insane. And as you can imagine, right now, I'm already burning away most of that mana in a very short period of time with just the 26. So when it goes up to a higher level, you're definitely going to burn through some mana really fast. A lot of Warcry Barbarians end up using meditation mercs, because there's really not a lot of way around it. The mana cost is just kind of insane, and even with the really nice battle orders increasing your mana pool and items that might help your regeneration, you're probably not going to be able to get away without using a meditation merc. Specifically because this build right now is not even using the max faster cast. So you have to imagine that not only are you spending almost like 50 mana per cast on this ability, but that once you hit like one of the higher faster cast breakpoints, you're going a lot faster than this. So you're spamming like literally almost like 4 or 5 war cries like per second by the time you hit like 200% FCR. And the amount of mana that you can burn at that level is relatively insane. I think that pretty much covers everything for this ability. It definitely is one that is viable in Players 8. It's just not like the fastest ability in the game. But of course, like I said, there's other utility in the build besides just simply the Warcry. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright, well that pretty much covers Warcry. I think I missed a detail in there, but oh well. I figure it out later. Combat skills. Do 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 do. Might take on the combat skills another day. Oh, all right. What are you complaining about so much, sir? You were talking up a storm during my video, too. Talking up a storm. What do you want? I took you out to pee not like literally an hour ago. It can't be pee. You're just jealous of my hat. That's all it is. You're just jealous of my hat. Hat jealous. Why are you so hat jealous? Why are you so jealous of my hat? Why are you so jealous? Why are you so jealous of my hat? You sound like a monster. You sound like a monster. You do. You sound like a monster. Jealous fusses. He's gonna start talking at me again. Watch. Oh, you brought me your ball that you chewed up? You're so bored. You're so bored with life. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Shwum. Alright, I think he's not going to let me do a lot more videos, unfortunately. I got quite a few done today, so I think we can call it. It's been about 5.5 hours, so we've gotten quite a few videos running. We'll pick this up next time on probably one of the melee skills. I'm thinking leap and leap attack. We'll probably do leap and leap attack first, and then we'll work our way into whirlwind, which should be a fun one. Whirlwind has always been complicated, and recently there was some patches and they changed the way that it works, so I'll have to do a little bit of research on that one before we can really get that one done correctly. Concentrate and stun and bash are kind of simple ones, not really all that amazing. Double swing is actually pretty interesting. We'll have to dive into that one, and so is frenzy. We've already done double throw though, so we should be okay there. I mean, we definitely have some skills that we can do some videos on tomorrow. Why don't you go night? Cody go night. Cody go night. Gotta go night, close your eyes and go night. Cody, you can go night. He does not want to go night. At least he brings the ball back for me to throw it. My dog, when I was a kid, he would never bring the ball back. Never. Like, ever. You threw the ball, he would go get it, but then that was it. If you tried to get it back from him, he would fight you for it. Like, this one, he's learned pretty quickly that if he brings the ball back, I'll throw it. But I'm not really sure why. My other dog never would bring the ball back to me, ever. This isn't even a ball. It's one of them Kong things you're supposed to, like, put peanut butter in. Actually, I think maybe I want to do leap attack right now, but let's do leap. Leap sounds like fun. Let's do leap. We can get one. We can knock one more out here. Leap is a very fun one to go over. I think you guys will have fun watching me leap around too. Little bunny foo-foo, hopping through the forest, scooping up the field mice and bopping them on the head. Down came the great fairy, and she said, Little bunny foo-foo, I need you to stop hopping through the forest and bopping the field mice on the head. Okay, we've got many complaints. We've got many complaints. Alright. We need to refresh the game so I can show off Leap in all its glory. And let's take a look at Leap real quick and make sure that we know everything we need to know about it. Can leap over obstacles, monsters, including barricades, barricaded doors, barricaded towers, players, mercenaries, and pets to target the point within range and line of sight. Strangely, this includes leaping over archways in the outer cloister and over bars in jails and Flayer Dungeon. There is no stamina loss when leaping. Movement speed does not affect the time spent leaping. It is always equivalent to the base run speed. Leap animation has a minimum of 15 frames with a takeoff of 6th frame and landing on the 12th. While leaping can still be hit by melee attacks and radial effects like auras, curses, and explosions when within range. Missiles cannot normally collide with the Barbarian while leaping, whether they are static like ground fires or fired horizontally or vertically. However, he can still be hit by missiles fired by a ranged unit when directly above it as it fires. Hits checked are still performed for attacks that require them, and blocking is still fully effective while leaping. No chance to cast modifiers apply while leaping. Cannot switch weapons or access inventory, potions, or other skills while leaping. Knockback is always applied to all eligible targets within range upon impact. Placing the cursor at the Barbarian's feet minimizes the leaping distance to 2/3 of a yard, one sub-tile, allowing eligible targets within the radius to be knocked back and put into hit recovery every 15 frames. Select leap on the right mouse button and hold it down without selecting a target, or select the left mouse button and hold it down the shift key without selecting a target. When instructed by targets, hold the alt button down to prevent target from being selected, although any items on the ground may be picked up instead. All right, I think that's enough. Let's move on from this and start the video. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at a rather silly one. It is the Barbarian skill Leap. Leap is literally just what it says. It's an ability that makes you leap. You leap, and you leap, and you leap some more, and you leap. Now leveling it up increases the range of the leap, so if you have a relatively low level leap ability, you don't really get much leapage out of it. And I'm going to kind of try and show you this as best I can. So let me go ahead and throw some points in here. And I'm going to take off my plus to skills. So 1 point in leap gives us level 3, which is a pretty decent little level for somebody who only has 1 point in it. And if we go into Frigid Highlands and do a leap, you'll notice that it really doesn't go very far. That's the maximum distance that leap can go at level 3. Now, if we level it up, the range that leap can go does go up, and you see that we get a nice little increase. And we also get an increase in the knockback radius. So the higher level we go, the further the knockback radius goes, to the point where literally all monsters within 16.6 yards are being knocked back, which is kind of insane. And this effect is actually pretty ridiculous in terms of what it can do for survivability. Like, for instance, let's say we were to go to Canyon of the Magi, which is a good place to demonstrate this. And and we got surrounded by monsters. So let's say we're just running around, and there's a million monsters around us. Let's see if we can get like a trillion billion monsters. And not really a good number there. Let's see if we can get some maggots in there. Get a couple of maggots. Now, what you can do with a leap barbarian is you literally just leap. And you can knock back every single monster to the edge of the radius. Not only does this work at knocking the monsters back to the edge of the radius, but you can also lock them against the wall using the same mechanic. So let's say if I were to go inside of one of the tombs, and I got a bunch of Erdars here, right? They are now locked against the wall, and they can't do anything. This knockback effect that Leap has is actually extremely powerful and allows the Barbarian to just completely and utterly lock down entire rooms full of monsters. Now, granted, it doesn't do any damage while you're doing this, but it doesn't really have to. It's a survivability and a mobility technique. It's not meant for that purpose. And as long as the monsters are stuck in their hit recovery animation, they can't fight back. So Leap is just absolutely amazing in that regard. Now, it is important to note that Leap does trigger lightning enchantment. So notice how this monster right here is lightning enchanted. If you continue to leap, every single time you hit the target, you will cause the lightning enchantment to happen. And I'd like to see if I can recreate one of the most horrible experiences of my Diablo 2 career, which is where I got PK'd by a leaping barbarian in Canyon of the Magi. So, as you all know, Canyon of the Magi can spawn beetles. And every time a beetle is hit, they produce a lightning spark, right? Well, the thing is that every time you leap, they produce a lightning spark also. And we were surrounded by beetles. Just absolutely and utterly surrounded by beetles. At which point, the barbarian was doing this. And the field of lightning bolts that was surrounding us was literally everywhere, all over the place. And even with 75% lightning resistance, we were all still slowly dying. Because there was just lightning bolts everywhere. And we were begging the barbarian to stop. We're like, please stop leaping. He didn't stop leaping. We literally all died. And then finally he realized that he was the one making all the lightning bolts. And he was the one that literally killed us. Either that or he did it deliberately. I don't really know which. But it was pretty terrible. Obviously, Leap has more than just the knockback. It is also very good as a movement ability. So if you're ever stuck somewhere and you want to get across a gap, it does work pretty good for getting across the gap. Leap has been patched, by the way, so it no longer has the super slow animation that it used to have a long time ago. It goes a lot quicker now. It's no longer the superhero jump. It's like... It's actually a lot quicker now. I'm actually pretty impressed with the speed of it, and it does work pretty well. Now, another thing to note about the leap ability is that since the range of the leap is based upon the level of the leap, just simply having leap might not necessarily be enough. And there is an alternative. So there is one ability in the game that is just like leap, but it's not. It's called Leap Attack. Now, Leap Attack doesn't have the same range issue that Leap does. So whereas you have to have a high-level leap to get the decent range, you don't have to have a high-level Leap Attack to get the decent range, which makes Leap Attack a good alternative choice for movement abilities. However, keep in mind that Leap Attack does not have the knockback effect that Leap does, so it is not as safe to use as Leap is. Leap, you can literally leap into a group of monsters, it knocks them all back for you, and when you land, you're relatively safe from most damage because the monsters can't even get to you. Whereas leap attack, on the other hand, although it does have the long leap duration without plus the skills, it doesn't have the safety that leap does. And I mean, that's pretty much it when it comes to leap and leap attack. You have to invest a lot of points into leap, unfortunately, to get the really nice knockback, which is really what makes leap so effective. If you already have a large amount of plus the skills, you might be able to get away with just 1 point. But it's definitely a very effective movement ability. Now, there are certain things that you can't leap over, but believe it or not, a lot of things you can. Even though it might seem like you can't, like even places in, say, Flare Jungle, where there's archways or like jail pathways, a lot of the times you can leap over stuff, even in places like Flare Jungle, that you would think otherwise you wouldn't be able to. Let me see if I can find one in the Swampy Pit real quick, and we'll see if we can demonstrate kind of some of these areas that look like you can't get over them, but you can still leap over them anyway. See if I can find one of these pathways. As you can see here, here is a jail door, and I can still leap over the jail door for some reason. Even though, obviously, it is a solid object. There's other things like that in the game that look like you might not be able to leap over them, but you end up being able to leap over them anyway. So it's always worth a check real quick to see if you can do it, because you never really know if you're capable of leaping over it until you give it a try. And some things, you know, like you're not going to be able to get past. Like you can't leap over dead space. Like for instance, right here, there's obviously a pathway on the other side, and normally you would be able to teleport there, but you can't leap there. So it does have its limitations in those terms. You're not going to be able to leap to a space that you can see on the map, but you can't actually get to. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and I hope you enjoyed the spectacle of me causing 1,000,000 beetles to shoot out lightning. As always, keep shooting out lightning. All right. Hey, we got one ability out of the way. See. All right, guys and gals, I think I'm going to call it a night. I do got to work tomorrow, and Cody is being a right little crap for no reason. So this is going to be a real goodbye. So, as always, thanks for joining me on my live streams. I really appreciate it. Be sure to hit the like button if you enjoyed the video. And, you know, consider subscribing. You know, I make some good content. I do indeed.